Now you're unmuted. Hey, Roger, can you hear me okay?
I heard you.
Hey, what was that?
Oh, hey, Calvin, it's Andy. How you doing?
Not too bad. And yourself?
Good. I was just doing it sound check here. I'm going to come back
looks
on
great
it.
to me.
Awesome. I'm going to come back on at 4, so just want to do a sound check.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
How about me, Kelvin? Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Awesome.
Hi, Andy.
Hey, good morning.
How's your project coming along?
Pretty good. Pretty slow last couple weeks, but we're got some events coming up, so we're going to get on it as much as we can next couple weeks.
Good. Ivan, have you scheduled my salmon fishing trip yet?
Yeah, shoot, it's scheduled once you get your butt down here, right?
Yeah. I just don't want you to forget.
Oh no.
We know Ivan's wife's home because he got the computer up and running.
That's right.
So we know she's home.
Yeah, she's actually in the background real quick.
We'll get started here in a minute.
Hey, Roger, we got fishing here.
He said he's got fishing here.
Who has fishing? Oh,
We got fishing right there, right behind me.
no, that lake's just for boats running up and down.
Tell that to the big Bass Bash winner. He got $100,000.
Yep.
Really? For catching a fish.
It's all amateur, and it's 2 days of fishing, and it's the biggest fish caught.
Wow. That'd be fun, actually.
But you know what they do, don't you?
I turned in a frozen fish, but they didn't like it. I should have taken it out of the Hy-Vee packaging.
Hey, Steve, did you stay up late last night? I think your mic is muted.
Is that better?
Yep, there you go.
Yes, I was out late last night. Why'd you ask?
I used to live in Green Bay.
Oh,
What'd he say?
you live in Green Bay. Go back. Yeah, one of our customers up there took me to a game. He's got season tickets, and he took me to a game up there. It was a great experience. I've been in a lot of stadiums, but that stadium is definitely different.
Yeah, so I went to grade school next door to there, and then I did security. I ended up being Donald Driver's security guy for many, many years. So we've had a lot of good memories up there.
Yep, very cool.
Yeah.
He really wants to go to the Dallas Cowboys game, though.
I would love to see the Packers absolutely kill the Cowboys in person. Normally we're flying when they're doing it.
The game I saw was the Cowboys.
Nice.
Yep.
That was a good game last time they were up in Lambeau.
Yeah, it was a couple of years ago, but yeah, it was fun.
All right, Roger, I'm on later, so I'm going to step off here. I just wanted to make sure we had good audio video.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Not a problem. We'll see you in a bit. Morning, Seb.
Morning, Andy. How are you? Good to see you.
Doing good. Good to see you.
How are things down in sunny Florida?
We are enjoying, the 90-degree fall versus the 95-degree summer.
Good, good.
So,
Are we missing a
All right, folks. Good morning. And I hope you guys can hear us well. I think everybody or most of us are on here. And one of the first things we'll do with the introduction is we will go through the group and have you guys introduce yourselves so that we get to know you a little bit better. And then we look forward to spending all day with you guys building the rudder assemblies. The hands-on workshop is normally done right here at the factory. We're fortunate we are at our factory right here this morning, so it's a great opportunity. It's an easy thing for us to do, and for you guys as well are able to do this at home. So the participants, all of you guys should be muted, and so when we do the introduction and go through the group, go ahead and unmute yourself so that we'll be able to hear you. But and it looks like we've got some, I guess, technical thing with one of our cameras flashing around. But why don't you minimize that so that just minimize the screen if you can. All right. So and again, we'll just struggle with the technology if we have little problems. Otherwise, let us know if you're having problems with something you can't see or can't hear. We'll do the best we can. Today, since we're doing this virtually at the factory, it's also a good opportunity. We've got a bunch of special guests coming in as well. Pretty much throughout the day, we have every half hour or so, whether it's engine, airplane building, and so forth. And I'll go through that in a little bit, giving you a bit more information about that specifically. So anyway, I'm Sebastian Heinz, president here at Zenith Aircraft Company, and Roger Dubert on my far left, and Steve Oppenlander both staples here at Zenith Aircraft. We definitely look forward to working with you guys, showing you more about building the airplanes, and we even have a demo flight scheduled for today, a factory tour. So we're really trying to maximize on the opportunity of doing the workshop. Of course, the purpose of the workshop is to build the rudder kit itself, and the reason we do the rudder kit again is because it's very representative of any other section on the airplane. It's a complete assembly, spar section, nose ribs, rear ribs, and then that gets covered up with the skin. So you're really doing a complete assembly, and we'll be able to learn a lot more about building your own airplane. So while we have a chance, Roger, you've got the list right here. Why don't we go through the group here, and again, if you can unmute yourselves before you talk, and tell us who you are, where you are, since we're obviously not here at the factory, and what your plans are with the workshop experience and so forth, so that we can kind of get to know each other a little bit better. That's always one of the things we always enjoy about the workshop itself, is to get to know each other a little bit here. So let's start at the bottom of the list, work our way up this time. Ben Harrison, I see you're on here, so if you can unmute yourself and speak with us a little bit.
Hey guys, yeah, Ben Harrison. I am in Baton Rouge, and I was just trying to see what the temps were. We got the air conditioner running. It's probably high 70s over here today. It's clear skies, a little bit of wind. Pretty day.
That's awesome. What's your building and flying experience, Ben?
Mike dropped out for a second.
Oh, yeah, you were muted for a second again. If you can hear, Ben, can you tell us your flying and if any building experience at all that you have?
No building of fixed wings. I got my sport pilot license in 2017. Went on, got my private pilot finished up first of this year, and I'm here because once I got my private pilot, started shopping for airplanes, and while I'm kind of partial to the Piper Cherokee, I really was interested in the increased capabilities of the STOL planes. So
right. Yeah. Well, Cherokee's a great airplane, very different than, of course,
yeah.
in the STOL. So you need to hold on to both of them, I think.
Well, looking forward to the process. As far as building experience, a lot of building things with wheels on them, a couple of powered parachutes, but this will be my first shot at fixed wing.
Yeah. All right. Well, good. So then next up, then we have Jess. Jess, if you can unmute yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself. So it looks like we have a little technical difficulty right now.
Hey guys, how do you hear? Can you hear?
Hi, Jess. Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, sorry about that. Yeah, Jess Disney. I'm actually in Cleveland, Tennessee at the Hubbard Custom Shop, hanging out with somebody that I know in the past who's built a National 701. So I've been drilling over that thing for quite a while. I've flown a lot of Pipers, a lot of Cherokees. Actually fly with the Civil Air Patrol doing search and rescue missions. It's more training cadets than anything else. Been in the aviation thing for a while, and then I slipped up and had kids, and so my aviation time's gone down a lot. This is kind of fun. I actually came out there a couple of years ago and did the 801 rudder kit with you guys. Really thoroughly enjoyed it. But as I saw the progression with this 750 Super Duty, especially being all match drilled, making life a lot easier to put things together, I'm kind of intrigued to get back into it again. And I found out that John was thinking about taking a crack at it as well. So I kind of snuck myself on down here. My folks actually live down the road, maybe about 5 minutes. So I came down last night and wanted to put another rudder together. Maybe that'll kind of help get the motion eventually to get buy and build the other parts too, and have an airplane. Had a Cherokee 140 for about 10 years, but now that I'm doing the family thing, it's just not enough room, not enough time for something like that. So ideally, I want to be able to make this guy in a couple of years and take off and land in my front yard. Recently got about 5 acres or so, so we're trying to make that work out. John's actually already been out and saw it a couple months ago. If he can do it, maybe I can do it. We'll try it out and see what happens.
Yeah. That's awesome. So you and John are building together then, is that correct? Or you're doing it not together, you're doing it just at the same place?
Yeah,
Right.
same. He's got the tools and the space. I don't have the tools and space yet.
It's like
And
the
it
best
was a good
team
reason
to
to come
have.
on down and see the family. So yeah, he's got the expertise too, so he can tell me when I'm messing up.
Yeah. I wish I had a neighbor like John. So John, since we have you on the camera as well, why don't we go over to you now?
Hey guys, I'm a complete novice.
Yeah.
They tell me I have a little bit of potential, but I'm a novice. Yeah, I'm Cleveland, Tennessee. I built the Super 701 Fly-It, so I've got just a little bit of experience. I should have 500 hours in the Super 701 by the end of the year, and it's my first airplane. This will be my second, so I'm really looking forward to the Super Duty, the 3-seat capability for my whole family, wife, daughter, and myself.
Yeah, that's great. So yesterday I saw your post about the reveal. You and your daughter were flying, and you revealed the fact that you were starting on a next project. And I was, when I saw that link, I was worried. I'd say, oh no, he's going to build something else. And then I saw it was a Zenith, and I was pretty happy about it.
No, I'm hooked on the Zenith. I like, it's an amazing aircraft you guys have designed, and the company has made this available to the folks like me, the common farmers, the folks that can't afford the $300,000 carbon cubs and some of that kind of stuff. The capabilities of these things are incredible. I mean, I go anywhere the other guys go. We have a lot of fun together. Yeah, I'm hooked on the Zenith. Like I say, I like the all metal structure. It's rugged, robust. You can do pretty much anything you want to with it and not have to worry so much about tearing, fabric or stuff tearing up on it. It's a good airplane.
Yeah, that's great to hear. Great to hear. And you've become a bit of a celebrity in the Zenith. Well, not just the Zenith world, in the light aircraft world. You were on the cover of the October issue of AOPA magazine. Featured video on that. And then didn't you recently win a STOL competition? Tell us about that quickly.
Did my first win. Of course, it's my third competition that I've actually competed in. Been to a couple of demonstrations and stuff, but the third actual competition I won down in Calhoun, Georgia. They did it wasn't strictly STOL, it was a STOL drag. So you start at starting line, fly down to the opposite end of the runway, turn around, fly back to the starting line, and you're timed from start down to the end and back to the start, a total lap.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's great. And like you say, you've got 500 hours now already on your 701. So you've been
I should have by the end of the year. I've got 430 some odd right now, but I expect to have 500 by first of the year for sure.
And it'll be interesting because the 701, it was our first high wing kit, and we introduced that back in 1986. And of course now our STOL CH 750 Super Duty, that's our latest kit, and we introduced that just a couple of years ago. And for you as a builder, the 701 kit, it's a nice kit, but it's still the old generation kit in the sense that a lot of the parts are pre-formed, pre-bent, and everything else, but there's still a lot of measuring, drilling, and then of course taking it apart, deburring, and riveting the assembly together. With the Super Duty, a lot of that has been done for you as an advanced kit. So it'll be interesting for us to hear your comments and be able to share with other builders, to observe the differences in these kits that have evolved over the years.
I'm anxious to see that too. I can tell, just by looking at the parts. I actually unwrapped everything this morning, so I can tell just by looking at the parts, the holes, and all that stuff. It's gonna be a lot of fun and a lot more advanced than the 701 with the CNC. Everything you've got going on there. It's gonna be a fun kit. I think it'll go together a lot quicker.
And you're definitely going to be you're going to be the beneficiary of that, because you're going to see how quickly this comes together. It'll be a bigger airplane, more rivets, but I think you'll see that it really comes together quite quickly.
Yeah, I mentioned to Jess here a while ago that just holding up the parts. I mean, I can tell that the Super Duty is quite a bit heavier built than the 701. A lot of the skins go from the 16 to 20 thousandths and stuff like that. So it'll be a more robust and be able to throw camping gear and all that type of stuff in it and go places I may not even go with the 701.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks, and we'll look forward to having you and Jess participate. So next up, we have, we're going to go over on the opposite end of the country, Ivan Gramala in Cloverdale, California. And if you can unmute yourself, welcome, Ivan. Good morning to you. It's pretty early for you, isn't it? 7:15, is it?
Yeah. Actually, not too bad. I'm always up early, so. Yeah.
Well, welcome and good morning to you.
Yeah. Shoot. Good morning to you too.
So, no, Ivan. So, tell us a little bit about yourself. You're the head of Quality Sport Planes in Cloverdale, correct?
Yep. Head of Quality Sport Planes here in Cloverdale. Took it over from a Doug Duggar about just over a year and a half ago now. I built my first 750 a STOL. I got from Doug and everything, and it was a great fun build, and that was probably a good 5 years ago now. So just here gonna do a Super Duty a rudder, so I'll be learning with you guys today. It'll be fun.
Great. And now you're planning on building a Super Duty as what, your next demo airplane? Yeah, that's great. And what are your plans with the Super Duty?
We're just gonna have it as a demo airplane, and take up people for rides and everything else.
Right. Oh, good. So, what airplane is behind you right now?
It's a customer's airplane. I'm just finishing up the build on it. We just got it painted and vinyl wrapped now, and hopefully get it spec'd in the next couple weeks.
Great. And that's a 750, I see.
Yep.
Yeah, great.
It's just got the Rotax 912 in there, the Dynon panel. It'll be a nice little setup for him. So.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining us, and we look forward to spending the day with you virtually. Okay. Next up, we have Chris Cole. Hi, Chris. Yeah, you have to unmute yourself. There we go.
Yeah. All right. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. It looks great.
Oh, good. I just set this up last night, so I wasn't sure if it was going to work.
I'm glad it's working out. You seem to have a nice spot in your garage working on it, I see.
Yes, I got the computer set up so you can see me and I can see you guys. I got my workbench set up with the parts laid out. I have a whiteboard over here with the drawings set up already.
Great. So what part of the country are you in?
I live in Warren, Michigan, which is just north of Detroit.
Okay, great. So you don't have the problem with it getting too hot in your shop, in your garage today, I don't think.
No, but actually we're having a little bit of the late summer. It's going to be almost 70, well, mid 60s today. So it's very comfortable in my shop.
Well, that's wonderful to have. All right, well, welcome, Chris. We'll look forward to working with you. Oh, but before we move on, what's your flying and or building background?
My flying background is I've been a pilot for a long time, but I don't have very many hours, just a couple hundred hours. But I come from a family of flyers, so to speak. My dad was a bush pilot up in Canada for about 40 years, and so that's where I got my love of flying. As far as building goes, this will be my first build. I've taken the EAA course for sheet metal and for electrical work. So I'm looking forward to building this Super Duty.
Wonderful. Well, we look forward to having you join us. So thanks, and we'll look forward to again spending the day with you, working on the rest of the assemblies. And then we also have Roger Bishop. Is he online this morning? I don't know. It doesn't look like he's showed up yet. So we had a few other ones that were planning to join us, but we're going to do the best we can. The nice thing with Zoom, anybody that isn't there, they can kind of come and go during the day. So we may have a few other people joining us, and we'll go from there. Again, welcome all of you. It's normally we like to host you right here at the factory, but again, it's during these crazy times, it's still wonderful to be able to continue on with building activities. As a lot of you guys know, the whole COVID pandemic has been, if you're an aircraft builder, this is actually a good time to be working on an airplane because you can be isolating, whether it's in your garage or basement or workshop, and continue to build your airplane. Same thing if you're a current flyer. It's a good time to be flying your airplane, doing upgrades on your airplane, updates. I know talking to a lot of the aircraft suppliers and so forth in the industry, a lot of these folks have been very busy supplying folks with components and things to keep their airplanes and their flying skills going. So anyway, as I was saying earlier, we're building the rudder tail section here today, and we do the rudder again primarily because it's one section for the airplane. It has a spar section, nose ribs, rear ribs, and then covers up with the skin. So you're really getting used to seeing all the skills and the tools and so forth in building the airplane. It's a great opportunity to see all of that. And so we'll kind of go over a little bit the tools and skills, and I'll probably let Roger and Steve do more of that specifically. But again, we'll be building that rudder assembly throughout the day. Normally, a rudder assembly for our CH-750 STOL, the STOL and the Cruiser, as well as a 701, as well as a low-wing CH-650. We normally do a 2-day workshop, but with the Super Duty, the fact that all the holes, and you can kind of see all the holes have been completely pre-drilled on the parts, and not just on one part, it's on the matching part as well. So it's really a match drilled kit. Their final hole size and match drilled, so it really simplifies the entire build process by a lot. And so we basically do the rudder workshop in one day. And not only one day, but the day we're also going to have the opportunity during the day as well to have our special guests and so forth. And if we get a chance, I'm going to kind of go with you over quickly some of the guests and features that we plan on doing today, because again, we've got all day to do this. We'll really maximize on the opportunity to do that. One of the first things that we'll be doing is sharing with you a little bit of a tutorial on e-drawings. A lot of our design work now is all done in SolidWorks. It's a solid model design software where we're designing everything within the model. And so I'll have my son Calvin provide a bit of a tutorial on using e-drawings. The nice things with, and this is Calvin right here, and nice thing with e-drawings, it gives you the ability to virtually look at and manipulate the parts. So as a builder, it's a really useful tool that is available to you to look at your assembly before you're working on it and as you're working on it, to learn a little bit more about that. So we'll be doing a tutorial probably around 10 o'clock, about 45 minutes from now on that. And then at 10:30, we'll have a fellow builder join us, and Adam Andrews from AeroWorks will be joining us live. And Adam has been chronicling the construction of his own STOL CH-750 Super Duty from start to finish. He has a YouTube channel, I believe it's called AeroWorks, but we'll have more information on that at that time. And he'll join us, provide a little bit of update, what his challenges have been on building, what he's liked about it, and so forth. And so it's a good opportunity to see that. 11 o'clock, Roger will take us up for a demo flight in the airplane. And we've kind of, I want to say cheated, but we cheated a little bit in the sense we did the demo flight just a couple of days ago and pre-recorded it so that we would have plenty of opportunity to do proper edits on it and so forth. Trying to do this live, and we can actually do a live flying video. I know John Humbert's been quite successful posting live videos that way, but we'll do a demo flight in the 750 STOL. So it'll be a nice opportunity to do that. Then 11:30, we'll start in with some of our engine discussions as well, because I know choosing an engine is a big thing for a lot of builders, and trying to find the right engine to put on your airplane and so forth. Zenith is one of those companies that allows you to choose the engine that you want to put in your airplane. So we'll give you plenty of opportunity to do that, to look at the different engines and so forth, pros and cons. And so at 11:30, Nick Otterbach from I think it's Aeron Aircraft, isn't it? He'll be joining us, but they're the U.S. importer for the Jabiru engines, the 6-cylinder Jabiru 3300 engine. They're actually working on a Super Duty in their shop in Shelbyville, Tennessee, and hopefully he'll be able to show some pictures and share details about that installation. And then we'll stop at noon for lunch break. I know those of you that aren't in the same time zone won't have exactly the same lunch experience for maybe early lunch, I guess, or late lunch. But we'll just do that for about half an hour. But and we may keep it shorter if everybody's busy working and we're good to go. We'll kind of play that by ear. 12:30, we'll do a factory tour. You know, normally that's part of the workshop experience is, you know, walking everybody through the entire factory, see how everything is built, put together. Travis Kobush, our production manager, did a little video with me yesterday, walking through the entire factory, showing some of the tools, how we do it, and explaining quality control systems, welding, and on. So that's a really neat insider's look at the factory. So I know a lot of you guys will enjoy seeing that. After that, at 1 o'clock this afternoon, John Croak from homebuildhelp.com will be joining us. And John's a serial Zenith builder. He's built, I don't know, 4 or 5 Zeniths. And in the past, he's also chronicled everything on DVDs and just shows how he's built the airplane. And I know a lot of builders have really found that to be a very useful thing as they're building, to look at somebody else having built the airplane. And again, nowadays, a lot of that can be found on YouTube. Like I just mentioned, AeroWorks is doing one. And then the next one, that'll be at 1:30, is Mark Pensenstatler. Again, he's the kit plane enthusiast guy. He has a really popular YouTube channel on building his Zenith. Well, he's built a CH-750 cruiser that he's now flying, and he's recently started up on a STOL CH-750 Super Duty. And so his YouTube channel, again, covers step by step. And I actually talked to Mark this morning. He's an airline pilot, and he finally went back to work after being, I guess, on furlough or whatever. So he was all happy about that, except that his flight was already delayed this morning. So he's going to try to join us live. I think from California is where his layover, his destination is. And around 1:30, he was pretty optimistic he'd be able to make it on time, but we'll kind of see, and it'll be interesting to hear an update from Mark and learn more about the airplane that he's building. And then 2 o'clock, Robert Helms, the UL Power guy, will join us, talk about the UL Power engines. They've been very popular in all our CH-750s. They have a bigger version, a 6-cylinder 520, that a lot of folks are looking at for the STOL CH-750 Super Duty. And he'll share information on that. And then following that at 2:30, Jan and Alyssa from Viking Aircraft Engines down in Edgewater, Florida, will be chiming in to talk a little bit about what they're doing. Now they're flying a Super Duty. They were actually the first customers flying CH-750 Super Duty aircraft. And they've got, of course, have the Honda-based Viking engine in it. So they'll talk a little bit more about that engine and their installation and what they've been up to. Jan has also been practicing for a STOL competition, I believe. He'll actually be competing against or with John Humbert, I guess, at the Sun and Fun STOL competition on December 5th, I believe. So that'll be kind of an interesting update to hear about that. And then wrapping it up, we're going to have an update from Andy Ovens. Andy is from Sun and Fun in Lakeland, Florida. He'll give us a bit of an update on what's going on at Sun and Fun and what they're doing down there. But also, he's working on the CH-750 Cruiser project with the Sun and Fun. I believe it's an aviation academy, and they're building or finishing up the build on that airplane. So it'll be interesting to get updates from Andy on that and learn more about the airplane that they're building. That's actually an airplane that they're equipping hand controls in the airplane to partner with Able Flight to be able to do flight training with handicapped students. So it's going to be an interesting project. So as you can tell, we got a busy day, and this is in addition to actually building the rudder. So we got a busy day ahead of us, don't we? And I should probably stop talking for a little while so we can get started a little bit. I'm probably going to I'll let Roger and Steve go over the tools, a bit more on the sheet metal construction. explaining what's unique about the Super Duty kit and so forth, and kind of jump in there. Everybody, I see you guys looking at the screen there. All of you guys are pretty much ready to get started, I think. So I think there's no reason to delay anything. We'll get going on this. So go ahead, Roger and Steve.
Well, we're ready to build the Super Duty rudder. All you guys should have all your parts laid out and ready to start assembling. We are building the Super Duty using an IPL, which is step-by-step instructions. And then what I like to do is I like to lay out the drawings, the assembly drawings for the rudder. Right now, we only need the page for assembling the skeleton sections. The next page is the skin. So go ahead and lay out those skins for the drawing for the Super Duty. Basic tools are only needed to build the rudder. You could probably build a complete rudder with the Cleco pliers, a drill just kind to clean out the holes a little bit, and then maybe a deburring tool that you like the best. Most of the parts you don't have to deburr too much, just depends on how sharp our drill bit was when we cut it or drilled it on the CNC machine. So what I would recommend is everybody jump in and look at the IPL. And the first step is grabbing the rudder spar, and because it says SD 75R2-3. Find that part, which is the rudder spar. And if you need to remove the labels, there's a couple techniques on how to remove the label. Lacquer thinner actually works the best, or a heat gun. You guys can go ahead and do that. And what I like to do is if I remove the label, I'll write it with a black marker on the part so I just don't forget the part number. So if you grab the rudder spar and then it says Cleco the upper rudder hinge assembly, which is actually SD 75R2-5. We're going to kind of treat this rudder workshop just like you are now building at home. We're not going to show you step-by-step every procedure needed to build the rudder. If you guys have questions and comments, feel free to jump in and ask a question. If you don't know how to use a special tool, jump in. Either myself or Steve or maybe one of you other guys can show a better way how to use a tool.
We do need to deburr the parts. The edges, you deburr the edges mostly for your safety. These parts are cut out on our CNC router table, and sometimes it does leave a good burr on the edge. And then so you want to deburr your edges before you assemble, because once you assemble, because they are match drilled the final size, you're ready to rivet. So you do want to go through that process.
Go ahead and explain, Steve, and I'll show.
This is a tool that we like for doing the edges because it's extremely fast. All it is you simply slide it down the edge of the material. The guard actually protects your hands from the edge as you're using it, and it also sets the angle for your two cutting wheels. And you just simply slide it down the edge and it takes the burr right off.
And you don't need to put a lot of pressure on it at all. If you put too much pressure, then you're actually going to dig in and gouge it or notch it and
catch it and make it stop.
It's like Steve was saying, all you're trying to do is to make it user friendly. The aircraft structure doesn't need it, just so you don't. Oh, right. There's one right here.
Yeah, you can see that little bitty kind of burr we took off. That's all you're wanting to take off. Now, if you don't have one of these tools, you can use a flat file as well, and simply just file down both edges. And it's fairly quick with this as well. We just prefer the other tool.
So the first step in the IPL was to grab the spar and the upper doubler hinge angles, and to locate that on the spar and click them in the middle two holes. And we're going to use the 5/32, the black Clecos, to do that. The reason we're not going to Cleco to the sides is because we have the doublers. We'll have to Cleco to the spar in the next step.
even on a small part like this, I mean, one cleco holds it down, but you want to put the second cleco in there to make sure that the part is oriented correctly to the spar.
And when you complete a step on the IPL, I always like to put a check mark and maybe initial it. And that way, you know, if you had to stop for a break or a day or something, you know where to come back to. And then for your 51%, you know, taking videos and your builder's log, you can use this for a builder's log. Put a date on there. Hey, I completed the spar, rudder spar on such and such date. So the next step is the rudder spar doublers. The doublers are the long angle that support the spar on each side. We're just going to go ahead and now there's the top and bottom for the doublers. The bottom section of the doublers will have a little corner cut off. And now we really tried very hard in this kit that only the parts will only cleco up one way. So don't get too crazy or, you know, worried about if it's not a cleco up. And I believe these parts are going to cleco up with the 1/8 inch cleco, the copper clecos. So
30.
Do we want to cleco on this side or the other side? You can cleco from either side, and we'll explain later on the riveting process.
This side because you rivet from this side.
Exactly.
So you want to cleco it from the face.
Yep. And what we like, maybe cleco every other one or every two. The material is pretty stiff material, so it's not like a thin material. So you could skip every other one or every two. Now we'll do the other doubler.
Wait a minute.
There we go. Steve and I have worked a lot together, so sometimes we kind of know what each others are doing or not. Maybe we don't know what we're doing. Now these are cleco pliers, and this is a cleco. And what you're going to do is you're going to squeeze a cleco. For you guys out there not building the rudder, it's going to make it a lot smaller, and you stick it in the hole and then release it, and it'll hold it in place. Now they do have pneumatic cleco pullers, so if you have problems, arthritis or something in your hand, you can use it.
All right, and just a helpful hint, you can see on the spar where a rib is going to go. It's where the holes go all the way across. Don't cleco your doubler in those holes, because you'll just have to take it back out when you're ready to put your rib in place. All right, Rod, what's the next step?
Okay, well, the next is just explaining your upper rudder hinge angles and how the holes will end up on the doubler, which we've already verified. So we're done with that. Next, we need to locate the bent strip. And it tells you the part number, R1-7. Go ahead and grab that, Steve. Now, there is a top and a bottom to the bent strip. It's a little difficult to determine in the drawing. One thing about the Super Duty, we do have the SolidWorks drawings that can be viewed, so you can actually look at that part and see. And Calvin is going to go over the SolidWorks drawings in a little bit.
You can see on the drawing, you can get a really good idea of the orientation on the top. Obviously, the longest part of the bent strip goes down, and the shorter part is the one that goes up and back.
So you want me to go ahead and cleco this to the top of the rudder spar?
Yeah.
Show them which one's the top and bottom of the spar. I don't know if we discussed that earlier or not.
Well, the big part's the bottom, the little part's the top.
All right. Now, you know, it can go either on the outside of the spar or on the inside. In the drawings, we show on the inside. Or no, we show it, yeah, we show it on the inside. Okay, and we're gonna go ahead and put a cleat on both holes. Okay. There we go. So now we've completed step number 4, item number 4. And the next thing we're going to discuss is riveting. So we're going to start riveting the hinge angles to the spar and doublers. Now, before you start riveting, you might want to determine if you want to deburr any more, corrosion proof any of your parts. The Super Duty, you can pretty much deburr everything and corrosion proof before you start assembly. So this is a good time to determine if you want to do that. So we're going to go ahead and rivet the hinge angles to the spar doublers. Now, Steve, you want to explain the process on riveting these, the angles?
Rivet it, or we're going to just...
I'm going to show.
Okay. Rule of thumb is that you always rivet from the thinnest side to the thickest side. So in this situation with these hinge angles, is we're going to rivet it from the back side of the spar, because the material in the web of the spar is much thinner than the part we're riveting to.
And in the drawing and in the IPL, it says A5 rivet. Explain what an A5 is rivet.
Well, an A5 fits a number 20 hole.
Okay, and it's a 5/32 hole. So we have 2 different rivets in the entire kit that we use throughout the kit.
Well, we have 3 sizes, but the 2 main sizes is A4 and A5.
Right.
Which is 1/8.
Correct. And see, if you guys can notice, the A5 rivet is a flush rivet, and we countersink the head on the rivet gun. So when you pull the rivet, it makes a nice domed head on the rivet. Let me just pull one here by hand. Makes a nice, I don't know if you guys can see that, it makes a nice dome rivet. Now I'm not going to rivet my skeleton together at this time.
Yeah, we're not gonna rivet this skeleton together because we have another one sitting off to the side. So, but we are going to explain when we would normally rivet it. And normally, right now is when we would rivet the hinge pieces.
Well, let's just check with everybody and see how all our builders are doing. Chris, how's everything going with you?
Slow.
Okay, so we're gonna hold up and let everybody get caught up.
It's okay. I do have a question. What air pressure should the pneumatic riveter be set for?
The pneumatic riveter will really work anywhere from 80 to 120.
Okay.
Is that the riveter that you got from us?
Yes.
Yeah, anywhere from 80 to 120. Our system here in our factory runs at about 117, and it runs fine. But at home, one of my compressors is set at 90, and the same riveter still works the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, everybody probably needs a little bit of time to catch up because, as I said earlier, you know, we're not riveting, nor did we deburr these. We just told you how to deburr, but we didn't deburr ours.
Now, John, how are you doing? I know you're probably, you need a little help. I understand that.
There you go.
I do. I need lots of help.
So you guys, you and Jess built a rudder before, but so far, how are the parts lining up and working out?
So far, they look good. I was telling Jess earlier, it's amazing how well these parts go together. Like the doublers for that spar, Well, the 701 that's just a bunch of L angles, all that stuff. None of it's pre-drilled at all on the L angles with the 701. So this is awesome to be able to just put Clecos in it and go.
Right. Yeah, so it's either going to fit or it's not with the pre-drilled holes. So that's nice.
Right. Yeah, it fits. It looks really, really well so far.
Yeah, all of our other rudders for our other airplanes, you'd have to drill that doubler on all the rest of them. But the Super Duty is all completely Mac drilled to finish size.
Well, we'll give everybody a little bit of time, and you guys want to go ahead and start with the next item. You can more than welcome can go ahead, so you don't have to hold up, and you can work at your own pace too. Look at Ivan go. He's already riveting. All right. Overachiever. So you guys, on Ivan, Ivan has a builder's assist program out there in Cloverdale. You come out there and you build a section with him, have him build a section, take a demo flight. You can actually purchase the parts and kits from Ivan. And he's building a Super Duty. That's great. He's got I think they got an 801 out there, a 750, and I believe they still got a 650 out there for a demo flight. Like that. Need graphics. Yeah. Now I can tell Ben has got his all his parts corrosion protected, painted. Looks nice. Yeah, the old military green color.
So Ben, somebody is eventually going to ask you, but I'll be the one to ask first. What in the world is that behind you?
Got a couple of printers right here, vinyl racks in the back. We've got some cutting plotters behind the printers. And in the back, we've got a shop where we got some guys installing wraps.
So those are big plotter printers.
They're inkjet. They're not plotters. There's plotters on the other side that you can't see. These are inkjet printers, latex inkjet.
Huge.
Yeah, a little bit, and they're looking for a new home. We're replacing them within the next 6 weeks.
I'll be darned.
Out with the old, in with the new.
Yeah.
Are we okay to go ahead and rivet the doublers down?
Yes. Yeah, but you do not want to rivet where your ribs go. If you look on your spar above your hinge pivot, you'll see places where you have holes going all the way across. That's where it's going to go.
Okay.
So you don't want to rivet those holes.
Got it.
All right, Steve, we've got a few guys on YouTube, or gals, that asked a few questions about how do you deburr a hole, what tools that you need. So I've got a few tools here. I've got a thicker part where the burrs will be showing a little bit more.
Right.
And you want to try to explain the tools that we can use to deburr?
Okay. You've got deburring tools like this. And let me see if I can get it in front of the other camera. You've got a deburring tool like this, which is available in any place that sells aircraft tools, and it does ratchet, so you simply turn it. The tool I prefer, and this is for deburring holes. The tool I prefer for deburring holes is simply an oversized drill bit, and then for the edges, we like to use a flat file or this tool. This tool is more for a larger part. Now I'm gonna show you how to deburr on this horn. This is the rudder horn that goes on the bottom of the rudder where your cables hook up. To use this tool to deburr a hole, you simply center it in your hole and you turn it. And the thing about this particular tool, it's really, really easy to chamfer your hole. And you don't want to do that because any material that you chamfer in this hole is taking away from the thickness of the material. So you just want to gently turn that to clean the burr off that hole. Oversized drill bit is used the same way, but the same thing. You don't want to sit here and grind into it because you don't want to chamfer that hole. You just simply want to take any excess material off the top of the hole.
Can I ask, why do you want to deburr a hole?
You want to deburr a hole because if there is any kind of debris that your rivet is gonna sit on, eventually, yeah, if you've got any kind of material that will hold that rivet up or hold those two pieces apart a little bit, you know, every airplane has harmonic vibration, and with that harmonic vibration, that little small piece of debris can work its way out, and then you've got a loose rivet. So that's why we deburr.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't have to be glass smooth. You're just wanting to get any large pieces off. And once you get your holes deburred, then to deburr your edges, again, we can use a deburring tool like this for the edges, but this is mostly for longer pieces like this. And you simply put it on there and drag it, and the two cutting pieces will take the burr off. But you can also accomplish the same thing using a flat file by simply filing each edge of the flange to take the burr off.
And the one thing you want to remember, and Steve is exactly right, but you got to remember you're not building a F-16, F-18, so you don't want to spend 2 or 3 days deburring a few parts. So, you know, when Chris designed the aircraft, he designed in mind that you guys are amateur builders, that you don't need all these special tools and precision. Everything has to be deburred exactly.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
We're in trouble. Our
So-
just left us.
Yes.
Based on that last advice, I went and grabbed me an oversized drill bit. I feel like I'm creating more debris than I'm removing.
And you know, sometimes another tool that you can use for deburring, you can't use it, or you've already deburred because you've already corrosion proof, is a Scotch-Brite pad. Because you could just run over with the Scotch-Brite. A lot of times you just knock off that little surface there, and that's all you need to.
So I started to Scotch-Brite yesterday before I started priming, but I remember on Mark's page, there was a commenter that mentioned that Scotch-Briting the 6061 T6 would remove the corrosion protection that's on the surface of the aluminum. So when I remembered that, I stopped. Does anybody have any expertise on that could comment?
It's not, because if you corrosion proof it, you're adding that back on. Just like when you paint your aircraft, the outside, you're going to have to Scotch-Brite that aluminum. I mean, you're going to have to scuff it up a lot, and you're going to scuff it up with Scotch-Brite. Then you're going to clean it with a cleaner, and then you're going to use like a primer, and then the paint. So it's going to protect the material from corrosion.
With that being said, this 6061 alloy is what is very corrosion resistant, and it's not coated. It's not like outside or anything. It's just the aluminum. So if you use Scotch-Brite on it, you're still in the same material. There's no coating or anything.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify. Thank you.
John's working on farm equipment.
I think so. Where's our schedule?
10 o'clock.
Well, we'll look. We have any other questions, Calvin? Well, Steve, since everybody's working on the rudder, what have we been working on the Super Duty in the last few weeks? We've just been building wings, building slats, flaperons, updating manuals and parts.
Updating parts and manuals. You know, one thing I like about Zenith is not because I work here, it's a good practice. When Zenith puts a new product on the market, we don't just put it on the market and ignore it and go off to something else. We're always going back and looking at all of our airplanes. And if there's something that we find out that we can improve, make it easier to build or make it a better airplane, then we come out with changes. That's why the airplanes have revision numbers. Is because we figure out better ways to make parts or make the plane better. And we also hear, and like anybody is gonna have maintenance stuff. Like I just replaced the bubble on the door because it had a little crack on the bottom. And, that kind of stuff happens. And
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3.
Some of you guys have started riveting on your skeleton so far. And you'll notice sometimes the rivets will be a little hard to stick through the holes on the matched hole assembly. And part of that reason is a couple reasons. One, we make the holes very, very close to the design size hole. Two is sometimes the drill bit on the CNC machine might not go 100% through, so you'll have to just clean the hole out a little bit. So that's part of if you have an issue there. And then you'll have to just clean the hole out with just using the drill bit for the recommended size hole. We do have a rubber stop, so if you do go through, you're not going to tear up the aircraft surface with the drill.
if you're going to clean out a hole, you want to do it without power, and you just want to turn the truck yourself just to clean that hole out. And the reason is if you put your drill under power in a hole, what happens is that drill bit wants to ride the edge of that hole and enlarge the hole.
Exactly. And Steve had a pneumatic drill here, but we built many airplanes using a cordless drill, a cord drill, air drill. We've never used a hand drill, have we?
No.
But yes, the faster RPM, the better quality hole you can drill in aluminum.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You want as high RPM as possible.
But you guys will figure out that the Super Duty, you're not drilling too much.
No, super rare. On the Super Duty kit, it's more, use the drill more for just kind of touching up the hole, just kind of cleaning it up a little bit. Because our tolerances on a hole are so tight that if you get a rivet that's got a small burr on it or something, it doesn't take much.
but it's hard to get it in the hole. Now, I see Jess is installing the ribs on his spar. In the IPL, we really don't determine which way the ribs are facing, so you have to go to the drawings to figure out which way to orientate the ribs on the spar. So we're getting close to 10 o'clock. Our first little presentation will be Calvin on the E-drawings, and he'll explain to you guys on the Super Duty the difference between the Super Duty and maybe the 750 airplane, what E-drawings are and how to locate them, how to use them.
Yeah, it's a super useful tool that we've been able to add with the Super Duty thanks to the different design process. In a moment, I'll get it loaded up on and screen share and show you a little bit what it's all about and how it can be a useful tool while building.
Okay, thank you.
Hello again. Is my audio coming through all right? If not, I can switch back to the other mic. All right. So eDrawings is a viewer for specifically SolidWorks models. It's a free program from the same company that makes SolidWorks, and what it's effectively for is viewing restricted versions of SolidWorks models. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to have a look at these files that are available to every Super Duty builder. In the Google Drive that contains all the IPLs, drawings, assembly photos, and whatnot, for each assembly, there is also a folder of eDrawings files. And these eDrawings files are, they show the assembly in various states in 3D. So once you have those files downloaded and eDrawings installed, you can simply open up those files, and in eDrawings, it will show you an accurate 3D model of the assembly at that stage. Here we are looking at the rudder skeleton, for example. You're able to completely manipulate it, look at it from every angle. If you're unsure about the orientation of something, you can double check. Like that tab we were looking at earlier. In here, you can see exactly which side of the spar it's placed on, which side has the longer tab. And there's a few other useful features in eDrawings. We're just going to have a quick overview of it at the moment, but I highly recommend checking it out for yourself. It's a very useful tool. Okay, apparently we're having an issue with the screen sharing. Give me a moment. How's that? Is that visible now? My apologies on that. Apparently, it didn't like it when I opened the file in eDrawings with the screen share function. But as you can see here, we're looking at the Super Duty rudder skeleton at the pretty much at the state we're at right now, with just a few more ribs added to it. But you can go basically as in detail as you could possibly want, seeing exactly how everything layers. If you have questions on the orientation of a part, you can go in there, check it out in detail, see exactly how everything lines up, which side of the spar it's on, for example. And if anything, if you're not sure about something, it's very easy to just open up the eDrawings files and just check to make sure you've got the orientation correct. For example, if you weren't sure whether the flanges on a rib pointed up or down, you can just open it up, see exactly how that rib sits, which line of holes it is. If there's any doubt, the eDrawings is a very useful tool. Same thing goes for any non-rivet hardware. You can see in detail exactly what goes where, and you can even check on each individual bolt, see that in this case, we have here an AN3-7A bolt, a bushing and a part number for it, what nut that is, and even like the part number on that washer. So for hardware, whatnot, on top of the actual aluminum assembly, it's a very, very useful tool. And yeah, if you're trying to locate where a part is or anything, it's all very simple. You can search out every single part in the assembly, see exactly what's where, always check your part numbers and whatnot. Very, very handy tool. We try to show things as best we can in the drawings, but sometimes there's just not a 2D angle that really shows everything as well as we would like. So if there's ever any doubt, you can check the eDrawings and see exactly how something goes together. And each assembly has eDrawings files for basically every stage of the assembly. Let me pull up like a complete version of the rudder. It'll be just a moment. If it cooperates, at least. My apologies. We're having some slight technical difficulties with this setup. All right. I'm not sure why exactly the rudder file I was trying to open was causing me issues with the screen share, but here's another example of a later stage of a wing assembly where this particular step would be looking at the highlighted parts, in this case the skins and the stringers, and it just walks you through every step of the assembly the entire way. If there's ever any doubt, you can see exactly what part number, where it is, and how it's all put together. There are a few more advanced features in here, but for the most part, eDrawings is just a viewer where you can check the models that we've created beforehand. You can't really do any editing in here. That's basically restricted to the actual SolidWorks program. But for just looking at how things are put together, and yeah, if you ever have any confusion on when trying to follow a step in the IPL or drawings, this is a great resource. If anybody's got any questions on the program, I'd be happy to I'd be happy to answer them. It's relatively easy to figure out. Free program. I highly recommend checking it out.
Okay, well, thank you, Calvin, on explaining the SolidWorks and how you can use it for the Super Duty. So it looks like our workshop builders are doing quite well building their sections. We've got Ivan is already putting the skins on, which is looking nice. And everybody else is riveting the doublers to the spars. And we got Jess over there doing a little corrosion protection. Excellent. Oh, I guess John is too. And Chris is doing a little deburring. Looks great. He's not over deburring it, I can tell.
Can we talk about the bent strip for a second?
Sure, go right ahead.
So the A4s for the doublers went through the face with the domed head right here. So for the bent strip, would that be opposite because the strip itself is actually thinner? Is it thinner? Looks a little bit thinner than the spar itself.
So the rule of thumb is the rivet head should be on the thinnest side of material unless it's on the outside of the aircraft surface. So on that bent strip, you can put it on the thinnest sides on the other side if you'd like, because it's not going to be on the outside where the lower part of the spar is on the outside of the aircraft surface. So you don't want to have the back side of the rivet exposed to the outside just for cosmetic reasons. You know, Chris designed this aircraft too in mind that you guys might not be putting the rivet on the correct side. But rule of thumb is always put the head of the rivet on the thinnest side of the material if you can.
So for the bracket here, the heads are on the inside because
Correct.
That's the thinner side, right?
Correct. Yes, because that is more of a structural part. So ideally, I mean, we used to put them on the other side, but you know, ideally you should have them on the thinnest side material.
Okay, so it would be inverse on the bent strip. They would go in from the inside out.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, got
Yep.
it. Thank you.
So we got all our builders installing the doublers, the rivets, the ribs to the spar. And here in about 15 more minutes, we're going to have another little program and continue building the rudder. And if we get any guys out there on YouTube has any questions on the Super Duty, the building, the rudder, or flying the Super Duty, or any questions about the Super Duty, feel free to, you know, type them in, and we'll get those answers or questions answered as quickly as we can. And if you're thinking about building the Super Duty or any other product of Zenith Aircraft and coming to a rudder workshop, we recommend coming to one of our rudder workshops. We'll give you a nice tour during the workshop, take you for a demo flight, build the rudder. Typically during the rudder workshop, we'll have a lunch served like pizza. We'll break for the evening on the first day, and we all gather at the country club for a nice dinner, and nice cold drink and discuss airplanes throughout the next couple hours.
Sit around and talk about airplanes like we always do.
Yeah. So, you know, it is nice coming to the factory for the rudder workshop. So on corrosion protection, Jess is doing a little corrosion protection. Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Typically, when Steve and I build a demo aircraft, we don't corrosion proof anything. And the reason is, he mentioned this earlier, it's 6061 T6 aluminum, very corrosion resistant. We keep our airplanes in the hangar. They're going to last forever. I mean, we've got Cessna sitting out on the field that's, 1972. It has no corrosion protection, and they're still just fine. So it's really up to the personal of what you want out of the aircraft.
However, if you live near salt water,
oh yes,
or if you're going to put your airplane on floats,
yes,
or if your airplane is going to live outside forever, you might want to rethink that.
Yeah, and we live in the Midwest, so we don't have any of those conditions here.
Any
So we do sell a corrosion protection product called Cortec. It's a water-based product. You can brush it on, and then it'll dry to a clear coating. There's so many different products you can use: zinc phosphate, zinc chromate if you can find it. There's epoxy primer. Anything to get that barrier between the two parts, so the water can, if water gets between the two parts, they won't develop corrosion.
And it's the married surfaces where you'll have your problem, because the airplane is, let's say you go to an air show, which we used to do. We haven't this year. On a normal year we do. Your airplane gets rained on, the water drains through and goes out the bottom of the airplane. However, it's those married surfaces where water tension will allow that water to stay on there for quite some time before it finally evaporates and dries. That's where your problem will be. So if you are going to use any kind of corrosion protection, your main focus is those married surfaces. If I were building at home, and if I was concerned about corrosion, I would use spray cans of zinc phosphate. Zinc phosphate is not toxic like zinc chromate. It dries really, really quick. It's really fast. It's really easy. Spray it on, wait 10 minutes and it's done. It's dry. You can assemble it. Other products, you have to read the instructions, but you have to let them sit and dry quite a while before you assemble your parts.
Now, Calvin, can you bring up Chris's photo so we can see? Chris, you're looking really good. You can get by with that few of Clecos, but it'd be nice to have just a few extra between each one of those sections. I just don't want you to start getting a bad habit for, less heavier parts. So you can skip every 2 to 3, but you got some wide areas there that the doublers are going to start separating a little bit.
Okay, I will do that. I have a question about the hinge plates or hinge angles. I don't have the right size Clecos for these.
Do you have?
Your Cleco should be black for that, because that's a number.
Yeah, 12. I don't have any black.
Okay. You can. There's a couple of things you can do. You can either use a 3/16 bolt. It's a temporary, or you can just you can go ahead and rivet one at a time. And because that's going to be the next step, you're going to rivet that bearings to the spar, so you could do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Just put all 4 rivets in the 4 holes in that bracket, and then pull the rivets.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You just can't get by with doing that on a big part that's got a lot of rivets in it. But this part only has 4 rivets in it, so it'd be pretty easy to just fill all the holes, and then just make sure before you pull the rivet to make sure that those parts are together nice and tight.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize I needed the black rivets because I didn't get the kit till late last week, and the black Clecos. So all I had was the coppers and silvers, and I have some larger coppers and silvers, but I'll have to get some black ones on order.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be any issue at all.
And and when anybody is building, be it your rudder, your fuselage, wings, whatever, if anybody runs into a problem, don't panic. Give us a call. There's usually ways around everything. If you make a mistake, don't just assume you got to replace the whole thing. A lot of times there's things that we can have you do to get around issues and get around problems. So don't hesitate to call. Our tech support is Monday through Friday, 6:30 a.m. until 3 p.m. You can also email us, Roger@zenithair.com or Steve@zenithair.com. And we're always more than happy to help out.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
On the bottom rib, it says the rib front flange overlaps on top of the doublers, side flange overlaps inside the spar flange. There's an air gap right here where we've got the rib sitting on the doublers where the doublers is not for those other 3. Is this the way it should be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here, you can get down here. Yeah, this
Yeah.
has already been riveted together, and you see it's going to have that gap.
Okay, just making sure I'm doing it right.
Yep, you're good. Here, we want to swap ours out. Ta-da! Sometimes it's a little easier to, instead of trying to get the Cleco to go through many layers at once, get the Cleco through through the base layer and then fit the part onto that rivet or on the cleco. And a very useful tool that I have in my toolbox is an awl. A lot of times I use an awl to help line up holes.
So rib number 2, the open side faces the open side of rib 1, correct?
Correct. And you'll see that on your assembly drawings.
Yeah, I do. It's just that the holes aren't lining up.
It looks like he's got it too high.
Yeah, it looks like you got it too high. It looks like you're trying to put it in the nose rib.
I am. Boy, that works better. Thank you.
That is the nice thing. If the part doesn't fit, you got it located in the wrong spot.
Yeah, I figured I was doing something wrong.
Rib is upside down, Ben.
$30.
So your works guy, he's going on 5 minutes. He's in the call, but I think he's just got his camera turned off, so that should be fine.
Okay, yeah, he was in earlier. I thought I heard.
Yeah, his camera on earlier, so I think everything should be fine.
And those, I had 2 slides for that one.
Here's the document.
What? Oh, okay. Yeah.
What's going on at 10:30?
nose rib to the spar. Click over the tip rib to the bent angle. Click over the tip rib to the bent angle. Tip rib. Shit.
Well, it looks like you guys are making some great progress this morning. I'm really impressed. Looks really good. So we're here at 10:30 now, and so we're gonna invite Adam Andrews to come on and talk a little bit about his project that he's been working on, and I can't remember now. Adam, are you on there? I see.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
I hear you loud and clear. Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. All right, yeah.
How are you?
Great. How you guys doing this morning? Looks like we got a lot of production going on there. That's great.
Oh, isn't that awesome to see? Especially it's kind of happening where I'm standing right now, literally in all directions. It's kind of neat that, out east they're building, north, south, west.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm in Kenosha, Wisconsin. So Kenosha, if you don't know where that is, it's about halfway between Milwaukee and Chicago. So right in the heart of the Midwest on the Lake Michigan. I'm building a Super Duty, of course, and I started this project. Well, I started my rudder kit just like you guys are doing. I started that about a year ago. I actually ordered the kit. I was in the process of moving, but I ordered the kit and I started on it in my old house in the garage and got the kids involved, and it kind of set aside for a little while, and life got in the way for a little bit, and we moved and some other things happened, but now I'm in my new workshop, and the fuselage and the airframe kit came about 2.5 months ago, I would say. So what you see behind me here is the work of a couple months worth of work, and that hasn't been like full-time work. It's been every time that I can get out here. But like most people, you have things get in the way. You have work, you have family, and things like that. So I do have a YouTube channel that I'm kind of documenting this on. I did a lot of research, like I'm sure a lot of you did. And, there's lots of beautiful aircraft out there. If you're an aviation enthusiast, you probably like everything that flies like myself. So I did a lot of looking, but when you start narrowing down, for me, it was what was my mission? Cost is a factor. What do I want to carry in it? Where do I plan to go? I just kept coming back to the Zenith, and when the Super Duty came out and had the option of the third seat, even though we may not always put somebody back there, just having the extra space and the weight capacity, it kind of said, hey, that's the one I'm going to do, and then I moved forward with it. So it's been an exciting build. I come from a large aviation background, but not a construction background of aircraft. So I'm just as new of a builder as anybody in this workshop today. And, like the kit and like the advertising and all the brochures say, the match hold, drilling and all that, it's definitely there. You do have to clean up some holes here. You have to deburr some things like you've already been shown earlier in the webcast today. But for the most part, to be able to get to this level, this length in the process in this short amount of time is pretty amazing. So like I said, I am documenting on my website. It's AeroWorks Productions, or actually my YouTube channel. And that's one thing, a challenge for me is as you're building an aircraft like this, you're trying to focus on the plans, the instructions, and building it. And then I'm also focusing on trying to document it so that not only do I have a record, but hopefully other builders like yourselves can maybe say, hey, I caught one little thing that Adam did, or he brought this up, or, that's always kind of been my plan. So for every hour I say that I'm in the workshop, I'm probably spending about 2 hours videoing and editing and trying to figure out what the best angle would be and things like that. So it kind of slows my process down a little bit. But hopefully in the end, when this project gets complete, it'll help everybody. And I know people like Mark that are doing the same thing with his previous build and now his Super Duty build. I think, and the interesting thing with us is we're kind of both at the same point, but Mark started with his wings and I started with the fuselage. So you're kind of getting the whole aircraft going together at the same time. And then hopefully we'll switch and we'll kind of pick up little things from each other, and that'll hopefully help everybody else. So, but yeah, it's been fun. It's been a lifelong dream for me. I've been getting my kids involved in that. So, it's great. Right now, today, I'm working on finishing up my rudder pedals, and I've actually got the lower bearing support, and you may not know what all these parts are yet, but there's a lower bearing support that supports the front nose strut, and I've got that getting painted right now over in the booth over here. So once that dries, I'm going to get that bolted up. I'm going to finish up my brake pedals and then get the firewall on, which I do have completed, and then keep pressing on with kind of completing everything in the front end, with the goal of getting this on its wheels and off this workbench behind me so that I can then bring out the wings and start assembling the wings. So that's kind of where I'm at in the build. Does anybody have any questions? Or I know I've been kind of rambling on here for a few minutes, but.
No, that's great. That's great. No, we appreciate you, Adam, and all that you're doing. And like you say, it's really a good time for builders, whether they're just getting started or looking at getting started, because having you and Mark out there building and documenting and taking the time to do that, we're really fortunate to have you out there to do that. And again, we thank you for that, because it's a real benefit, I think, to other builders. And again, it's just a testament to the strength of the Zenith community, having folks like you out there helping each other and willing to help each other out. And like you say, you're probably spending more time on video production than you actually are on aircraft construction. So we appreciate it for all that you do. And again, one nice thing about posting these videos is that when you post a video, it'll be out there in the in the YouTube universe for many years, and you'll be helping builders for many years, hopefully, with that. So again,
right.
for what you're doing.
Yeah, and I appreciate, like I said, if it wasn't for the support of Zenith at the factory, Roger and Sebastian, everybody there that takes the phone calls, answers the late night emails, that's another huge factor in me choosing Zenith Aircraft, was because of the support. There's a lot of other great companies out there, that have either tremendous waits or, week-long support call, and when you're out and like all of us, we've all got life, we have jobs, we have families, we got other things going on. So when you get that hour or 2 hours at night to sneak out to the shop and work, and then you run into an issue and you've got to wait a week for an answer, so it's a bust. But, I don't think I've ever waited less than 24 hours to get an answer. Most of my time, I'm typing an email at 1 o'clock in the morning, and then by 7 a.m. I'm getting an answer. So that's a testament to Zenith and the support that you guys have there at the factory. So it's you guys are everybody on this call, on this webcast, you're all on the right team, because we're all going to end up helping each other. And I think I want to mention also, along with the videos on the YouTube, if you search AeroWorks, I did start a Zenith Super Duty Builders group on Facebook. There's definitely other Zenith groups. There's a Zenith Aircraft, there's Zenith Builders and Flyers, but I kind of wanted to get just Super Duty Builders together, because I thought that why not run maybe small things that we might run into past each other without having to filter through all the other types of aircraft that you guys make. So if you guys haven't joined that, jump over there. It's, like I said, it's Zenith Super Duty Builders group on Facebook. And again, I think we're up to like 70 or 80 members now. So You know, and we're posting pictures. I'm trying to post, update the photographs, a lot of the construction photos. So what I'm doing is when I finish a part, I'm creating a photo folder of a section of, you know, landing gear or wings or fuselage, and I'm putting those photos in there. So you might find a photo that might help you figure out which way a bolt goes or how a part goes on. You know, the more information that we can have from all the sources, you know, like the e-drawings, like we were shown earlier today, the actual drawings, the photos, the website, the YouTube, it's all there to hopefully get us to the end goal of getting these birds in the air, and that's where we all want to be. So
Exactly. Yeah. And again, we appreciate you for doing that. And you know, it's when you have groups and sharing information as builders, of course, that's an important, you know, you're supporting each other doing that. It's also helping each other decide on how to configure their airplanes. Because again, when you're building yourself an airplane, you have many choices along the way that us as a factory, we're not doing for you. Engine choices,
Right.
avionics, even paint, upholstery, these types of
Yep.
things, which becomes an important support group. You know, if you're spending, you know, hours presumably to research engines and so forth, you can share a lot of your findings from your research. And
yeah,
again,
definitely.
every builder is going to be a little bit different than others, and so again, we can just by sharing that information, it really becomes a benefit to other builders as well at the same time. And then, of course, you
Yeah.
know, once your airplane is done, that's when the real fun begins. I always say is, you know, you'll be flying the Super Duty, very, very good off-airport capabilities. There's a lot of places you'll be able to fly to, and
Yep.
you know, and you may have, you know, made friends with fellow builders in Utah, in California, down in Florida, so that when you are up and flying around, you'll be able to go and visit those folks and really start exploring what the capabilities of these airplanes are.
Right. Yeah. And I'm originally from Anchorage, Alaska. My dad was a bush pilot, so I grew up, you know, with aviation right in the backyard. And my dad now lives in Utah, so that is one of my goals: get this thing finished and start documenting and having fun, creating videos with the Super Duty and flying all over the place, and hopefully meeting up with some of you down the road that have your airplanes complete or visiting you in the middle of your build process, what have you. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, we'll look forward to again, not only follow you as you complete the airplane on your YouTube channel, but then of course you have flying adventures after that. So again, thank you, Adam. Thanks for taking the time out of your busy day to join our little virtual workshop group. And
yeah, definitely, I'll be here throughout the day. So if you have questions or anything, thanks for having me.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
So let's go on with our rudder build, Steve, and see everybody still. I saw everybody still working away, working on the project. Great to see.
Everybody's pretty much evened up as the progress, and we're going to give them just a little bit more time. Then we're going to show them how to put the skins on.
All right, and then about 11 o'clock, in about 20 minutes from now, then we'll do the demo flight. Got a little pre-flight video, a little walk-around video of the actual airplane, show some of the features on the aircraft, and then Roger will take us flying. So lots going on. Yeah, it's looking great. You guys are doing great out there. Look at that.
Yeah,
hey guys, can I ask a question?
Sure.
On the top right here, this is the top of the aircraft, right? So we would not want that rivet sticking out like this?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we always try to follow that rule of riveting through the finished material first, but there's going to be some places where aesthetically you're not going to want to, you know, the butt of the rivet sticking out, and that's one of them.
Yeah, gotcha. Thanks for clarifying that.
Yep.
I'm trying to, because that comes really useful with any questions. Yeah, I'm fine. Do my best. But I mean, it's YouTube, like the full video won't be up right now. So it's not something you just. I mean, if you want to ask questions, it's better to be live. Yeah.
Hey, Chris, you don't want to rivet that edge because your skin is going to go on top of that. You've got skins that's going to go on that outside flange of your spar. You can go ahead and rivet the face of your spar, but not those side flanges.
Okay, thank you. I see it now.
Also, Chris, you don't want to rivet where your ribs go.
That's why I'm having issues.
You know, each one of your rib stations, you don't want to put a rivet in your doubler because your rib will eventually go on there.
Getting all three subscriptions. You,
Hey Jess, are you planning on building the whole airplane with a hand riveter? Good, because there's over 8,000 rivets in that airplane.
he doesn't communicate a whole lot, but he does make a lot of plans, and he usually goes through it.
John's too cheap to buy a pneumatic.
Yeah, we'll just get Johnny to do it for me. It'll work out.
Yeah, I did all the 701 by hand, every one of them.
Are you serious? That's got to be a first. Your arm should look
I'll
like
have a
Popeye.
pneumatic one before I finish. I'll have a pneumatic one before I finish Super Duty, though.
I'll bet. John did his 701 all hands. That's dedication.
Taking things at too much strength.
You guys had to send me another spring. It did enough of them. I broke the spring in the hand riveter.
Is that right? I actually have an extra one. He did his 701 all by hand.
Yeah, I'm impressed. You know, my dad, you know, Chris, he never thought it was a big deal to use it by hand. It's no different, you know, when I see now roofers, you know, they're afraid to use a hammer and nails, you know, because they use all these these nail guns. It's no different at all. It's not difficult, and it's not like you're pulling 1,000 rivets in one day. Like, I mean, you spread it out over time, and then you get a nice firm handshake as a benefit from it, you know.
That's right.
So it's nice.
Look like Popeye. You know?
It's certainly nice to see
Except
that.
the 701 was almost all A4 rivets. Super Duty's all A5.
Right, and it's a little bit harder to pull. Yeah, you're going to have even stronger muscles, John, after building the Super Duty.
Before I get that far.
Yeah.
One more here in the middle and I'll launch.
Well, I see we're like coming on to 11 o'clock, at least Central Time, which is on the schedule. We're ready to go do our demo flight. So again, normally part of the workshop experience is everybody gets a chance to go up for a demo flight with Roger. And that's oftentimes I say it's a highlight of the workshop experience because, you know, you're not only learning about how to build and so forth, but actually what you can do with the airplane once it's built. So we prepared a couple of videos. We were thinking originally trying to go live, but with the technical issues and then, you know, having good video feed while we're building, that would be difficult to do. So decided not to do that. So we went flying earlier in the week. We had beautiful weather out here in the Midwest this week. It nearly feels like like a warm autumn. Nice, beautiful weather. So first, before we go flying, typically we do a walk around, and so I prepared a little walk around video, not so much for the inspection part of it, but also just to show some of the features on the airplane. So when Calvin gets a chance, we'll go ahead and play that video. Okay, go ahead, and I hope you see it well now. Well, we're having a problem right now sharing the audio portion of the video, so we'll get it going because sometimes you don't necessarily need it, but it's definitely a more interesting part is hearing what's going on. So we think we've got it, so we'll give it a try. We'll try it again. Hi guys, so here we're outside in front of the factory with the STOL CH 750 Super Duty, and as many of you may know, you know, a demo flight is a big part of the workshop experience typically, and of course with the virtual workshop we're not able to do that in person because obviously that's just not something we can do, but we'll definitely take you up for a demo flight and show you what the airplane is all about. First I'll just quickly do a walk around the aircraft itself. So we're here in front of the STOL CH 750 Super Duty, and again what characterizes the Super Duty is this unique airfoil, fixed leading edge wing slats on the front end of the wing, and then of course full-length flaperons on the back end of the wing, and again gives it excellent control at slow flight and of course very high lift wing design.
And then of course on the tail section here, we have the horizontal tail section, and that kind of a unique inverted look of the horizontal tail, and that's really to be able to push down on the tail to be able to get good rotation, aggressive rotation for short takeoff. And then a large elevator section, really a large section, and you can see we have little micro vortex generators on the bottom side. And so that's when with the stick all the way back, fully deflected up, the little VGs are turbulating the air to maximize the effectiveness of the actual rudder. And then the rudder tail section itself, the section you guys are all building, is a large section. It's a full flying rudder. So even though the airplane kind of looks like it has a small tail, actually has a very large rudder section. Very effective section on this airplane. And you'll see I've got some little cameras mounted here, little old Garmin Verb cameras mounted on the tip. I've also got one on the wingtip here, so that when Roger takes us up for a demo flight, we'll get a good look at the flying and the characteristics. Of course, we've got the large wheels on this airplane, large Tundra wheels, and on the front end we have playing around with a new Sensenik ground adjustable propeller. You have excellent climb performance with the IO 375 205 horsepower engine. One of the nice things about these airplanes, of course, is a tricycle gear configuration, which makes, of course, the ground handling so much easier. But importantly, too, the airplane sits nice and level on the ground, so getting in and out makes it a lot easier with this kind of configuration. We've got the large two bubble door windows on either side, so getting in and out of the airplane, even while I'm holding the camera here in one hand, is really quite simple. Just hop in, kind of climb up over the tire that way, and just get right in. And then of course with the center Y stick, it makes again, there's no control system over the legs or anything like that, and with the unpanel you can really move it where you want to, how you want to. So it really makes the system so much easier to get in and out. And again, with the visibility, just awesome with these bubble doors. You can really see right straight down, look at your wheels, look straight down as you're flying around. So really love that element of it. Anyway, let's go and enjoy the flight.
All right, so that was kind of the introduction. Now let's go over and actually start the flight right here.
Hi everyone, I'm Roger Duber here in the 750 Super Duty. Today I'm getting ready to take you all up for a demo flight. We've been building the rudder all day and virtual rudder workshop, so I'm going to show you what's involved in the demo flight, what you're going to see if you would have visited here at the factory. Check the controls clear and free, ran the engine up to 1700 RPM, check each ignition. We're going to add a little bit of flaps for a short takeoff, about half flaps. Doors locked secure, gas is on the fullest tank. Alright, so what we're going to do is on a short takeoff, I'm going to add full brakes, quite a bit of power, stick back about 3/4 of the way back, release brakes, nose comes up instantly, and we fly off. And it's going to be about 2 seconds before liftoff. Then we're going to climb out, do some turns, slow flight, power off stall, come and land back in the grass field. Mexico traffic minimal 750 Super Duty is going to be departing runway 06 Mexico. So we got the stick back, got the brakes on, release, nose comes up. That nose popped off quick there. That was great. So we're going to do a nice climb, probably 800 feet a minute climb right now. All right, during the demo flight, what I do is I go north of the airport. We'll do some maneuvers, do some turns left and right, and then we'll do some slow flight and power off stall, come in, do a nice landing. You guys have been building the rudder all day. That's a nice thing you can enjoy is going up for a demo flight with me. But you're building the rudder at home, and so you don't have the opportunity, but you're going to sit here and watch it during the video. That's one of the nice things that we do is we really open our doors to all our customers and giving them a tour, demo flight. We're really open to being a family. All right, we're going to head out of the airport pattern. It's a nice fall day here in mid-Missouri for a demo flight. So the first thing I like to show during the demo flight is level flight, the stability of the aircraft. So we'll trim it for level flight, hands off, hands off. Very, very stable. And it's just a little bit trim it there. There's trim, hands off. And we got a little bit of bumps today, so it's one to float around a little bit. And we push the stick forward. Comes right back to neutral setting, pull it back, goes back right back to neutral setting. Very positive stability on the aircraft. We got a lot of rudder authority. We have a full moving rudder, so there's very little rudder input in a turn. We're going to do a turn to the left, and then we're going to do a turn to the right. And we're going to add a little bit of rudder first before the turn. I like to, it's just my preference. And we're going to add the aileron. Now, one of the trademarks of the Zenith is Chris's design of the gull wing. And you can see right over the top of the wing. It's not like flying a Cessna where you can't see over the top of the wing. And we'll do one to the right. And we're nice 45-degree bank turn to the right and roll out right on the heading. There we go. Now we're going to do some slow flight. We're in the flap range, going to lower the flaps all the way down, which are 15 degrees. 15 degrees, we're going to be in the 30 knot range for the slow flight. That's nice slow flight speed. Hands off, trim it. And we're going to do a power off stall, bring the power back. And stick all the way back, all the way I can. And there it is. It just develops a high sink rate, about 700-800 feet a minute climb. And that's how you can land very short. You develop a high sink rate on landing and control that sink rate with power. Now I've had several customers, if you notice, I've got a bag in the back. I carry a little bit of weight in the back when I'm flying by myself or just a passenger. We got such a large envelope, and you're allowed 200 pounds in the back for CG purposes to maintain in the CG. So when I'm flying lightly, I like a little bit of weight back there. As you notice on takeoff, I can rotate a lot quicker, and on landing, I can hold the nose. No, you don't have to have it. I can take it out and fly, but I can just be more aggressive with things when I'm doing my demo flights. I remember flying a Cardinal, we used to throw weight in the back a little bit, cruise speed go about 10 miles an hour faster, put a little bit of weight in the back baggage if you're by yourself. So same thing, you know, it's just such a large envelope, which is nice. Alright, we've done all the maneuvers, and typically I let my customers fly a little bit, give feel of the hand or the controls. We got the Y stick here. You can have the dual stick or the single stick, but we have the Y stick, makes it easier getting in and out. And go ahead, I'll let you fly in a minute if you want. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. How's that? Now go ahead and do a right turn, not too bad. Yeah, it looks like you've flown quite a bit. There you go. Very easy airplane to fly, see? Now let's do one to the left. All right, you're doing a good job. 45-degree back turn. There you go. Very good. As you notice, you don't have to trim it every time you do a power adjustment or trim or anything. Isn't that nice? All right, roll out right there. All right, very good. Now, I tell you what, why don't we go back in and we'll do a off-field landing. Typically, we'll do a grass landing, but we got some nice cut bean fields, and maybe we'll do a touch and go and come back and land in the grass later. Sound good to you guys? All right. Now we got to land off-field. We've got these 26-inch tires, and the nose wheel is, I think it's 8x6. We've got the prop probably about 13, 14 inches off the ground. The advantage of flying the Super Duty tricycle over some of the tail draggers is you don't have to really pay attention to much of a crosswind like you do then. You know, it's very maneuverable, very easy to handle on heavy winds. The nose wheel will stay off the ground quite a bit. It's just a matter of how far you want to pull back the stick and if you want to keep adding power. Mexico traffic, Spurmo is going to enter a left inlet for 06 Mexico. Alright, we're going to set up for off-field landing. So typically if I'm going off-field landing, I might do 2 or 3 passes at the strip, make sure that there's no water, no ruts, no debris, maybe no deer, you know, make sure the deer are off of it. This time of the year there's a lot of animals. So, you know, don't try to land the first time. You always want to, you know, fly several times to make sure that the strip is ideal for your pilot skills. All right, everything's set up for landing. Start deploying the flaps. And we're going to Mexico traffic space final for 06 Mexico. And probably what we're going to do is we're just going to do a touch and go. We'll really get the main wheels on the ground so you can tell, and then we'll just add power and keep on going around. Now we haven't landed here before, so we're going to really look and see if there's any ruts or any low spots. Oh, there's a bird right there. We got to watch out for birds. Sometimes that's always in the way. And nicely cut bean field. You know, we got plenty of room, plenty of room for a short landing and everything, but you still got to keep your head out of the cockpit. There it is. Nice to land on the bird field. And we're going to add power. And what you can do is you can do several takeoff and landings and just keep the mains on there once you learn the aircraft and feel how it is before you set that nose on the ground. Alright, well I think guys we need to head back to the workshop and finish that rudder. You know, it's not going to get done staying up here in the air, so we're going to head back and finish that rudder today. Thanks guys. So there's runway 18, and we're going to slide over to the left side and land in the grass. And we're down in the flap range. Going to add a little bit of flaps. It's shorter approach. Going to add the rest of them. We have flaps all the way down. And get lined up here. I can tell I got a little bit of crosswind from the southeast. And to land really short, what you want to do is you want to come in as slow as you can, but a little bit of power, and when you get ready to touch down, start bringing the nose up and adding just a little bit of power to stop that forward momentum. And reduce the power. Now I'm going to add it in just a second. I got 2 landings out of that one. But I keep the stick. See, I keep add power, keep the nose up. Fun airplane, you can have a lot of fun doing different kinds of maneuvers.
All right. That was a great video. It was kind of fun, almost like being there. How's everybody doing on their progress? Looks like everybody's just about at the same place. Good. All right. Here in a few minutes, we're going to have another presentation. Let me see what it is.
I haven't seen him on here yet, though, so maybe I'll try to get it.
Nick Otterback from Jabru will be the next presentation. We don't see him on yet, so we'll give him a few more minutes to muster up his equipment.
Hey, Nick, how are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Oh, good, good. So nice to see you on here.
I'm gonna try to figure out how to turn my camera around, but
okay. Yep.
There's that.
Yep. Kind of show your airplane and yourself, and then we'll get ready for your presentation.
Yeah. Well, it's really very laid back. We've been working all day, so.
Good.
Let me figure out how to turn this camera around here. I don't know how to do that, but you guys know how to do that? Oh, there we go. Hey, look at that. Does that work? There we go. All right. Well, let me know when you guys are ready. About 10 minutes or so.
We can go ahead right now, and whenever you're ready, I guess we can go ahead and you can start your discussion.
I'd say go ahead. Yeah. I'd say go ahead.
Go ahead, Nick.
Okay. Well, let me
explain who you are, where you're at, what do you do, and what do you got behind you, or showing on the video.
Yeah, I'll turn it around here again. There we go. I'm new at this Zoom stuff, so I think we'd figured it out by now. And all right. So, hi, I'm Nick Otterback. We're here at Zenith Aircraft. We are the North American distributor for the Jabiru engines and Jabiru service, overhaul, and parts. But one of the other things we do here is we do builder's assistance for aircraft of all types. So you can see behind me, we've got a Zenith 750 Super Duty here that we've been working on for quite a while. We're just about ready to put the wings on. We just finished the avionics and the panel work on it recently. And so I'll talk about that project here just in a little bit. But yeah, this is one of the things we do here. We can turn around. I'm going to switch the camera because you don't want to look at my face anymore. And we'll switch it around here. And we can see it. Got a good look at our shop here if we back up. And we got a bunch of these. This is a Lightning. Of course, that's what we build. That's our design there. And there's a couple of them going together, a couple different other airplanes in the corner. And again, here's this Zenith here, so 750 Super Duty. So I think what we might do is walk over to the hangar next door. You mind if I talk about Jabiru engines a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead. That's yeah, the Jabiru engine. Definitely.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're gonna take a walk next door, take a little field trip over to the other hangar, and we'll take a look at. We got a couple of Gen 4s over there, and we'll take a look at those. Okay.
I'd explain which Jabiru is going to work the best, maybe for the Super Duty if you've got one available yet, or in the works, stuff like that.
And hopefully you didn't lose internet by changing there. Oh, there he is.
There we go. Sorry. Are you guys good? You
No
still got
worries.
me? There's Jason. Jason, say hi.
TikTok video?
No, this is the TikTok video. All right. So we're going to go in here because the only Gen 4 I've got around is this one up on the stand. This is a Jabiru 3300 Gen 4 engine that we've got up here on our overhaul stand. The Gen 4 has actually been out for about 3 years now, 4 years now. This particular engine here has already run up on its top end overhaul, which is 1,000 hours. And we're just going to pull the cylinders off and hone the rings and check the valves and put it back together. But this one came out of flight school, so that's what it's here for. The Gen 4, as many of you know the Jabiru, which would look very similar to one of these engines we got down here on the floor. Those are all our engines sitting here waiting for overhauls. They're all tagged. Some of them are top, some are prop drakes, unfortunately. But if you notice on the old Jabiru engines, like this one, we've got billet block and billet heads and steel barrels. The new Generation 4 engines, if you look at this engine, it's cast. All the case is cast, the cylinders are cast. The big thing you notice when you look at these is our cylinders are one piece, okay? So these are built just like, say, a Continental or a Lycoming. You can see the actual color difference right here. This is a little bit darker here, and this is a lot lighter here. That's because we have an aluminum cylinder and aluminum head. The cylinder is Nicocel treated, and then the head is screwed onto it, and of course, it never comes apart. So no more doing head torques on Jabiru engines. Of course, valve adjustment has been out a long time. We haven't been doing those for years. But so this engine virtually is a change the oil and go and fly it. What's different about the Gen 4s over the Gen 2s and 3s and the legacy engines is that the engine is completely cast. The block is cast. The crank is forged versus billet. The conrods are forged versus billet. It is a roller cam hydraulic engine, so the idle is smoother, the power transitions are smoother. We still have traditional ignition system in the back that we've always had, ignitions, and the Bing carburetor on the back. Anybody with Rotax engines knows the Bing carburetor well, so it's pretty much a mainstay in light aircraft engines, so nothing new and fancy there. But we do like this engine. They've been performing really, really well for us, and we're really, really happy to have them in the States. It's nice for the customers, although for us, we don't do a lot of maintenance on them anymore. No head torques and that kind of stuff. We just change oil and fly them. So, of course, we got another engine over here. Part of what we do is engine overhauls. That one's getting ready to have a top end put back together. So, all right. Well, let's go back next door and talk about that Zenith. How's that sound, guys? You guys still got me?
Yeah, we still got you. Yeah, sounds good. Let's have a look at the installation and talk a little bit about the firewall forward support that you do, as well as not just supplying the engine, but then the firewall forward stuff.
Yeah. I'll have to go. Well, let's see. Over on this side of the building over here, got a lot of stuff hanging around. You can look up on the wall here. We got cowlings. Part of what we do is firewall forward kits for many manufacturers, and Zenith 601, 650, 701, 750s are our most popular. A couple of those cowls on the bottom are 750 cowls. The ones up on top are 601 cowls. We've got a, looks like a cowling here going together for somebody, and all along on the bottom, it's kind of a mess here, but we've got, those are all of our engine mounts and everything that are labeled for various different aircraft and stuff like that. So we do complete firewall forward kits, engines, the engine, the mount, the air boxes, the oil coolers. We'll go on back next door where we build airplanes, and we'll find one to talk about. So you might lose me here for a second. Hopefully not.
There we go.
There we go. You guys got me back again?
Yep, good.
All right. So, what's that?
I'm getting dizzy on
I'm sorry, guys.
That's all right. That's all right.
That's okay. So we've got only one of the only ones I've got open right now. Everything else is out flying. This is a earlier engine, but it's a Jabber. It's a Gen 3 engine here we got on this Lightning here, and this. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. This. Well, they're bugging me here in the office already. All right. So part of the things you get with a firewall forward kit, when you get a Jabiru engine firewall forward kit, this is of course a Lightning, but you will get a Sensinic wood prop or a carbon fiber ground adjustable prop. We do Cummins aluminum spinners for those as well. This is a 11-inch, but for the Zenith installations, we use a 9-inch. Come around over here, we will be getting a Positech oil cooler. On the Zeniths, they're mounted up on the bottom, but otherwise you have an oil cooler. And up on the firewall here, if you can see here on the firewall, this right here is an air box, and that's the mixer box for the carburetor heat. So it allows fresh air, and then a controller in the cabin that will give you carburetor heat as well. So that's part of the firewall forward kit. Other things included in the firewall forward kit, of course, are solenoids and nuts and bolts and hardware, engine rubbers, the exhaust system, all that stuff comes with the engine, the starter. There's no air ducts shown here because we've pulled them off on this engine, but those are part of the firewall forward kit as well.
So Nick, if a customer is interested in a Jabber firewall forward, who do they contact? Do they contact you or they come to Zenith?
Well, they can go either place. I know that we've sold some through here, and you guys have sold them before in the past, so they can call either one of us. But we do have the firewall forward kits here for these airplanes, and we have them in stock. Most everything's in stock. Usually takes us a week or two to put the firewall forward kit together.
So the lead time on a complete Jabber firewall forward is, I don't want to put you on the spot, but what is the lead time right now?
So the lead time for the kit less the engine is 2 to 3 weeks. Right now, the Jabiru engines are running about 6 to 8 weeks for a Jabiru engine.
Okay, that's not too bad because you don't need the engine at the very beginning of your project. So you just got to plan it out as you're building your plane.
Right. Let's see if I can turn this around. There's me again. How's that? What else would you like to know?
Why don't you're doing a builder's assist on the Super Duty. Why don't you show us your instrument panel and the engine installation and just tell us a little bit about that Super Duty that you're building.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to turn this around here. Like I said, we've been going at it all day. I just got done flying, and so it's been hard to get prepared. I'm sorry for that, but this works pretty good, I think. All right. So this is the 750 Super Duty that we're building for a customer in Florida. It will actually eventually go on Kanzak floats. They're on the way down here. The engine on the front is a UL Power 520 IS, 200 horsepower. Rail like that because we're doing a little promotional thing for here. I know he'll talk later. But anyways, the UL Power engine, normally on this aircraft here, we would have, I think you guys use a 390 or 370 Lycoming. Is that correct?
Exactly. Continental Type 375, I believe, or the 70.
So with the UL Power engine on this airplane, you can notice that we've used the dynafocal mount that you guys supplied, and then UL Power has supplied a transition piece right there. You can see it where the dynafocal stops and the rest of it goes. Puts the engine in the correct position for weight and balance. So right now we're working through that. We don't have a propeller on it. We're waiting for a AP 520 3-bladed constant speed prop from Airmaster is on its way. It's on the boat somewhere as they speak. So that's on the way right now. We go on back here inside, and we got the screen pulled out, of course, because we're working on things. But we're going to this airplane will have a single screen Garmin G3X in it. We don't have vents in the doors, so if you notice, there's panel vents up in the panel, which transition out through the firewall into the air duct. So it's all sealed up, so we got fresh air coming in from outside, something the customer requested. It also have ADS-B in and out, autopilot, and several other features that are going to go in this one. So some of the neat things he's doing with it, he's got a little portable air conditioner put in the back for his dogs, other things like that. But otherwise, it's turned out pretty good. He's got little white puffy clouds on it. I don't know if you guys have seen his other airplane. This particular customer had a 701 on floats painted like this too. So
when's your schedule to maybe for the first flight?
Well, right now, what we're planning on doing next week is we will get the wings on. That's what all these extra wires are hanging out here for. We will get the wings on it and get all that finished up and plumbed, and we'll be done. I know it's hard to believe when you look at this, but my guys are working. I got 2 guys working, 40 hours each on it each week. But we'll be done with it next week and ready to start it, except we won't have a prop probably for another 2 or 3 weeks. So as soon as we get the prop, we'll get it inspected and start flying it. So probably 2 or 3 weeks we'll be flying this thing. We've already submitted all the paperwork to the FAA, and they already have that all approved for our DAR, and our DAR is ready to inspect the airplane. So.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it looks great. It looks great. Maybe Roger, we'll have to fly out to Shelbyville and visit that airplane, won't we?
Oh yeah, that'd be a fun trip.
We'd love to have you out here. Like I said, the cowlings and stuff, they're all done. They're not on the airplane. They're over here in the corner. I'm gonna get this. Look at them real quick. They came from Ray down there. So these are not the traditional real bulb kind of. The cowlings you guys have, I think that you supply or Ray supplies, has a little bit more of a cheeky look to it.
Right.
If you look at these cowlings here are a little bit more traditional look for these airplanes. And so anyways, that's what the customer wanted, something just a little bit more square and things like that. So
it looks good. It looks good. And I've always liked the Jabiru, the simplicity of direct drive, air cooled, with the Jabiru engine. Of course, we've been running the Jabiru 3300 in our Zenith STOL here for many years, and we've really had a lot of good luck with it. And we really like the improvements that we see on the Gen 4 engines.
Thank you.
And, so it's definitely a good alternative, or not even necessarily alternative, but it's a good engine choice for many builders. And one thing I like about the Jabiru is, especially for the Super Duty, it's still a lightweight engine. A lot of folks with the Super Duty are going, like we've done with the IO 375 engine, which is a big definitely on the bigger, heavier side, but you don't need that heavier engine to do very well with these STOL airplanes. A lot of the STOL performance we get out of these airplanes is by keeping them light, and where you don't need 180 or 200 horsepower to get impressive performance. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how that airplane performs on 120 horsepower, because you got a lot of wing, a lot of lift, so it'll be definitely a fun one to watch.
So you guys think that a Super Duty probably wouldn't have a 3300 on it though, would it? Or
say again?
The Super Duty probably not really built for the 3300, but the normal STOL airplanes are the 750.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think the Super Duty will do well with it. That's where it'll be interesting to see how it does, because it will be interesting to see, because again, a lot of our airplanes, people always think, for STOL performance you need a lot of power, and that's sometimes, again, if you got a high lift design and you keep it light, you'll get a lot of your performance just by doing that, keeping it light.
One of the fun things about having a service department here is that we get a lot of airplanes in for annuals or condition inspections. A lot of 750s with 3300 on them, and they're always a blast to fly after we do some work on them. Somebody's got to go check it out, and I do like the engine in the airframe. So we're excited about it, and we've always liked it like that.
Absolutely, yeah. So, well, thanks, Nick. Thanks for the update, and again, for builders out there looking at different engines, the Jabber 3300 is definitely a good one to look at. And so we appreciate you coming out. I know you're very busy, and so coming out and sharing information about that.
Yeah, sorry, this is a little bit more laid back and kind of shoot from the hip here, but like I said, we've been working all day on this.
I understand.
As soon as I get done with you guys, I'm going back out flying some more. So.
All right. Well, thank you, Nick. Appreciate
all right,
it.
guys. Well, thank you again, and we'll do this again sometime. I'd love to do it again.
All right. Well, let's get back to work out here. We've got a few more minutes before we take our lunch break, but I know we still have some good work ahead of us, and so let's go on.
Hey, there's John working on his airplane. Those guys were here last week. That's cool. All right, let's see here. Go. There we go.
Yeah, we could. Okay.
I know some of you are beyond this point here, and some of them are not ready yet. We're just going to kind of show the process of putting your skins on. And the first thing we do, of course, is we need these beams. Now, these beams do a couple different things. For the rudder, it keeps your rudder shaped correctly, because your rudder is wider at the bottom than it is at the top, wider at the front than it is at the back. So we have to prop up the back bottom corner, and you always want to, no matter what position your rudder is in, you always want to make sure that this block is directly under the bottom trailing corner. Again, that keeps your rudder in triangular. If you built your rudder flat on the floor, one side of your rudder would be built at a 90 degrees. So this way it keeps the trailing edge centered with the forward edge. The next thing we do is unwrap our skin.
Show them how to fight handle it first.
Oh yeah. If you this is the radius side of the rudder skin. So you always want to hold it up like this. When you carry it, you want to carry it on the top. You do not want to grab the bottom. I'm going to lay it down this way. I don't think it. You don't want to grab your skin and pick it up like this, because you don't want to run the risk of kinking your trailing edge, because this is the radius, and it'll just suddenly kink like that, and you can't get it out. You'll need a new skin. The next thing we do is get the skin unwrapped. but sometimes it's easier said than done. Yeah, I know. I could have done that a little slicker. Again, I'll pick it up with the open edge of the skin. Now, normally at this point is when we would deburr it. We'd deburr the edges for our safety and deburr the hole. I'm going to just go ahead and put this skin in place because I'm not actually going to finish riveting this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up the edge, slide the skeleton out, open it up, slide the skeleton back in. Now it's easiest if you cleco from the trailing edge forward. And so you take the cleco pliers. Now I like to start in the middle. And so you lift it up and you reach in between. You reach in between the two skins so that you can manipulate that rib in there in order to line up your hole. And I'll stick one in here. And you do the same thing on all the trailing edges of your ribs. And then it's just a matter of sliding it back and forth until the rest of the holes line up. Now after you get your skin clecoed up on this side, the next step would be to put the nose skin on. Now on our other kit, putting on the nose skin is a lot more complicated because you actually have to have both sides of the rear skin in place, which means you got to cleco one side, flip it over, cleco the other side. But with the Super Duty, we're able to put the nose skin on next. Best way to do the nose skin is to lay one side so that the skin is laying off the front of the workbench, and start clecoing it in place. And of course, once you get the rest of the nose skin clecoed, every other hole to cleco is best. But if you're in a hurry, if you're lacking a large number of clecos, skip 2 holes. I don't like to see anybody skipping any more than 2 holes. You always want to make sure that when you cleco your parts together, you want them as absolutely as solid as possible. So that you make sure that everything is in line. Now, once all these clecos are done up, including the nose skin, then we can put on the bottom corner. Then we cleco the bottom corner in place. Now, once the bottom corner, your rear skin, your nose skin is all clecoed up on this side. Then you turn your entire rudder over. Be sure to move your block that's underneath the bottom trailing corner and repeat the process on the other side. Hmm? Yeah, here's the block I was talking about centering the trailing edge of your rudder with the center of your spar. And again, once you flip your rudder to do the other side, then be sure not to forget to move that block. Good. Ben's way ahead of us. I assume Ivan is probably finished.
I want to talk about getting that label off. He's just dabbing at it instead of sucking it.
Let me.
Oh yeah.
Just move it down far enough like that. One of the jobs that people complain the most about is removing labels. And we agree that our labels are kind of tough to get off. We have tried other labels, and the labels that come off easily come off too easy. What happens on the labels that come off easier is that when our parts are stacked on the shelves in our inventory, and our shipping department comes along and there'll be several parts stacked. They grab a part, they take it off, it rolls the label off, and then they end up shipping a label with a part with no label. So to take your label off, the best way we have found to do it is we use lacquer thinner. And what we do is we soak down the label, not damp, but actually soak it down. And then we put another light part, meaning that a part that has a flat surface on it, and we put them on top of each other. And the reason we do that is lacquer thinner evaporates very quickly. And so we put the two parts on top of each other so that the air is not able to get to that lacquer thinner and evaporate it off. Because you want that lacquer thinner to stay on that part for like 3 minutes. And again, in good quantity. You want it to actually be wet. Another way to get the labels off is with a heat gun. If you have a heat gun available, you can heat it up, get both the label and the part really warm, and it'll peel off and not leave any of the gum. Now, when you take a label off, if you're lucky and you have a good amount of lacquer thinner on it, and you leave it on there long enough for the lacquer thinner to soak through the paper and into the gum, when you peel it off, it all comes off. It's really nice and clean. But a lot of times, like if you're like me, you get impatient and you try to pull it off a little too early, and it leaves a lot of the gum or the adhesive from the label on the part. In which case, you got to soak it down with lacquer thinner and clean the rest of it off with a rag. And this has only been sitting here for about a minute. So I'm going to let it sit there just a little bit longer, because the longer you let it sit there, the easier that label will come off. Okay, my patience is gone. Yep, too early. See, the label's going to come off on this, but I still have a lot of the adhesive on there. So I'll spray down the adhesive, spray it on me. And take the rest of the gum off. Removing label is probably the most common complaint we hear from our customers. The trick is use lots of lacquer thinner and be patient. It's getting close to lunchtime. Well, in a few minutes, guys, we're going to take our lunch break. It's about 4 minutes till noon here in our time zone. I know Ivan probably just got done with breakfast.
Well, this is Zenith Aircraft Company, and we're in Mexico, Missouri. And the factory's been here now going on, I think, 27 years. We came out here in the summer of 1992. As those of you that know Zenith know that my dad, Chris Heinz, was the designer of these airplanes. And then we started in 92 to just kind of expand on that, be in the center of this country. And that's why we're located in Mexico, Missouri. And so it's been a really good base for us to manufacture airplane kits. And so that said, we're a relatively compact facility. We get a lot done right here. We don't need to spread out where we're doing, you know, wing assemblies, fuselage assemblies, and so forth, because we manufacture all the different parts and pieces. About 600 different parts we manufacture right here. So that's quite a few different parts. And you know, we're a crew of about 18 of us in the shop. We do a lot of advanced manufacturing now with CNC manufacturing. Most of our growth has been through the acquisition of new technology and new equipment. So rather than just hire more people to do stuff, we find the technology that allow us to do more and more. I'm even proud I got half of my power here solar. I've got solar panels on the roof right here. So it's kind of neat that we can, again, power a lot of our equipment with solar. This being our latest kit, we really leverage that technology in this latest kit. Final hole size match drilled parts. You take the parts and pleco them together and rivet them together. It really is that simple. Same with the instructions, because everything has been pre-drilled. You know, not to say you don't need instructions, but you barely need blueprints anymore, because you're just putting things together. You're no longer figuring out, you know, how the part needs to be finished and so forth. And the beauty of that is that it makes it more accessible for more people. And so there's also a lot of built-in motivation, because you can't spend 2 hours on this and not have something to show for it. Well, we're here with the STOL CH 750 Super Duty, and the Super Duty, it's like the name implies, it's a Super Duty version of the STOL CH 701, the STOL CH 701, as well as a STOL CH 750, which we've been producing, well, the 701 since the 1980s and the 750 for the last 12 years. And the Super Duty, it's kind of a non-light sport version of the same airplane. The wingspan is a little bit longer on the airplane to be able to carry more load, and larger tail sections accordingly. And then we added a rear jump seat in the airplane because we could. And then on the front end, we've got a much larger engine as well, because it's Super Duty, carry more, gives it more capability.
The N panel is, it gives you a lot of extra room in the cockpit. It's nice to be able to get in and out and not having to worry about an instrument panel in your way. But its standard comes in the kit is a standard traditional panel, so that is an option, the N panel. So I don't want customers thinking you can only get it like this. You can get it with this traditional panel. Everybody believes that, you know, if you're flying a STOL aircraft or flying in the bush, it has to be a tail dragger. There's advantages to a tail dragger and disadvantages to a tricycle. The advantage of our 750 tricycle is you just don't have to worry about crosswind winds. Can you imagine going into a mountain strip, 500 foot, you have 30 knot crosswind in a tail dragger? You probably won't go in there, or you might have problems. Whereas a 750 Super Duty, it's a tricycle, so you don't have to worry about those high crosswinds. Now on the short takeoff, what happens is we have an upside down stabilizer, so when you start adding a little bit of power, the fuselage is going to go down very quickly, and then the slats are going to start to work very quickly. So you're actually working as a tail dragger right off the get-go, because the nose is coming off very quickly.
Everything looks clear. We got a wind right down the runway. Yep. We're gonna line up here right on the center line. Okay. You said stick all the way back. Stick all the way back. And then once we start moving, I'll bring the stick forward a little bit.
Okay. There it goes. Wow. Unstuck at 29 miles an hour with great visibility.
All right.
Pretty cool.
Awesome. Go ahead, fly it. It's your aircraft.
Okay, my airplane. Fly it around for a bit. We'll do a turn to the left.
Just notice over the wing there?
Very good visibility.
That's Chris Hines' design trademark when he brought out the 701 back in the 80s. He hated flying Cessnas and you couldn't see over the wing when you're in a turn.
With a steep enough right bank, I can see over the right side too. Walk us through the landing a little bit.
Okay, so what I like to do, I like to set up for beam the numbers.
Okay.
Lead off the power, airspeed. Deploy just about 5 to 10 degrees of flaps, and then start my descent.
Okay.
And then I'll deploy the rest of the flaps on final, which is a total of 15 degrees. And I'll play with pitch and power quite a bit to land short.
Okay.
Whereas most traditional airplanes, you set up approach speed, pitch angle, and everything. And you just maintain it, trim it out for that. Mexico traffic experimental space to final 418 Mexico. And once I turn final, I'll lower the rest of the flaps. I like to be somewhere in the 50s.
Okay.
When we get on short final, we'll probably be in the 40s.
Okay.
But at that point, I don't look at the airspeed, I just go mainly by feel.
With a little wind on the nose, it should be a nice short landing.
And we might try to exaggerate it a little bit and land just a little longer, so we're not trying to, you know, spot land it or anything.
Sure.
So I just want to show you how you can keep the nose off the ground if you're coming into a, you know, sandbar or something like that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's working. It's a little turbulence right there.
Just a little.
Zenith is a very rewarding place to work in lots of ways. The reason is we all carry wear so many different hats, and I love that because I don't get bored.
I'll do some.
Hi, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch break and see you guys. Some of you guys still working. Some of you are still relaxing and taking your lunch break. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a little video for the factory tour. So any of y'all out there haven't been to the factory tour, stay tuned and you can watch the tour. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Travis, production manager here at Zenith Aircraft, and if you guys want to come with me, we'll take a little tour. So we're going to head over here to the part shelves. To kind of give you an example, we have a lot of parts on the shelves pretty much all the time. When we're doing our manufacturing, we do batch manufacturing, so we make, say, 50 of one part or 20 of one part, and then move on to the next part rather than making one airplane per week or 2 airplanes per week, that type thing. So anytime you guys need a part on shipped out UPS or mail, we usually will have that in stock and ready to go same the next day. This is an area where we do a lot of our picking and packing for the crates. You can see we've got a couple of large crates there that are going overseas. That's why they have the plastic inside of them to help the moisture stay out that's exposed on the ships. We put all the parts in cardboard boxes. We add bubble wrap, foam, that sort of thing in order to protect all the parts and have them a little bit more organized for you when you get them and are going to be checking out your pick list inventory. We'll have a quick look in here and you can see how much care we take in packaging this stuff. Again, we've got all of our long skins under the bottom covered in cardboard. We've got different parts organized and even written on the boxes what's in them, aluminum parts or steel parts, hardware, plastic, etc. Take a lot of extra care in regards to wrapping in foam and securing large items such as the cabin frame so that it can't shift. This whole crate, once finished, will be stuffed full of paper and air pillows to lock everything into place and make sure it doesn't shift during the shipping. So this is Robin. He's our lead shipping person and the one kind of responsible for running this shipping area. So this is Dalton. He's our quality control person at the moment. He also does a lot of drafting and R&D work for making the match drilled parts fit. But you can see he's checking the parts. Every part that is manufactured here at Zenith comes across this quality control table and it's checked for whatever's important about that part. Obviously metal thickness, if it has the correct angles, when it's rights and lefts, if it's the right orientation, does the part look good and meet the standard that we have here at Zenith Aircraft. So once the part meets the quality control, it will be labeled, and that is our quality control stamp. And so you'll see every label is going to have a part number, which also references to a section of the builder's guide or the drawings. So the SD 75 is going to indicate that that's a Super Duty 750 part, and then the H is going to indicate that it's a horizontal tail part, and that would be page 1 and item 4. So and you'll have a description and a little bit of other information there on the label. So we have a couple of CNC routers here at Zenith that we use to cut out about 99% of all the aluminum parts. They're programmed, and when the cycle start button hits, they pick up the tool necessary for the operation. They do that work, they'll automatically change the tool and advance through the entire program until the whole sheet is processed. If you have a look here at the routers, you can see that our new one here has 2 cutting heads, so the work is obviously done twice as fast. The material on the routers are held down by a vacuum pump, and the vacuum actually comes up right through the bottom of the board, and it holds the material down, so it's a quick and easy access on and off. It also reduces flutter in the part, so when we're cutting these thin materials, the cut quality is very good. It's able to be taken right off the router, and it's just as smooth as could be. And also I'd like to introduce William. He is our CNC operator and is responsible responsible for processing most of the aluminum that comes on and off of these routers. Back here we build a lot of the crates, whether they go out for UPS or for large full kits like this. We use 2x4 plywood construction, air nailers and screw guns. We do leave at least one end and the lid with screws only to make it very easy for customers to access their parts. If they're not able to unload the truck, you can easily take the top and the end off and unpack it by hand, which is really nice for those that doesn't have a tractor or forklift, that sort of thing. Also, I just want to mention, while we do provide a very good shipping crate, customers are always more than welcome to come to the factory, visit us here, and pick up your kit or parts of kit and take it home with you. This is Brian, and Brian is a crate builder here at Zenith. So this is a little bit of our hardware area, and we just offer a very complete kit here. We're not one that provides a kit and then say, oh, by the way, you need to go buy these bolts from somewhere else or whatever. We supply everything you need to complete your airframe. We have lots of bolts in stock, pins, hoses, wires, rivets. And we use a rivet that is custom made just for us to meet the specifications for our airplanes and then the application that we call out. So this is just a quick view of a hardware box that the way we supply it. So it's going to say right on it, Cruiser Airframe Hardware Box. And when you open it up, you've got a map on the top side as to what it is, how many there are in each compartment, and how well things are organized. And that way it's a lot easier for you when you start your build and get to a point where you need to use some hardware, but not all of it. You're not wondering where it fell out of the hole in the bag that you ripped open, and you can just keep it in here through your build process until you've used it. So again, we have a really good inventory of pretty much everything needed for our kits. So anytime you want to call up and order something UPS, whether you're buying it a piece at a time or you need a replacement part, we're ready for pretty immediate ship most of the time. This is aluminum rack we have here at Zenith. We range in aluminum thickness from 16/1000ths of an inch all the way up to 1/4 of an inch thick. The thicker items we order in with PVC coating on both sides to help protect it as we're taking it off the rack or handling it through the shear or onto the router. The thinner material is all paper interleaf, which means that it has a piece of paper between each sheet, and that way, again, it is protected as it comes here from its destination, whether it be here in the States or in Europe. And then we're able to handle the stuff and get it off the rack without causing damage to it. The paper is then used to be added in for the packing material, so we're getting a double use out of that. All the material is 6061 T6 bare aluminum, and that's really the only aluminum that we use for the kits. Also, we do have mill test reports on every material that comes into our shop. I've been here 27 years. We've never had a recall on material, but we always are able to find that material and track it back to the original mill, and every step there in between from the mill through our manufacturing and to the quality control process and onto your pick list for those critical parts that we feel like we may ever need to. This is a large CNC shear. It's essentially a big pair of scissors. This is a CNC press brake. It's responsible for bending all of the parts. It uses a lot of different die setup. I have some parts with very minimal clearance, so I would use a special gooseneck punch for that. As you can see here, this is a short punch that's set up for the application of doing this final bend in between these two parts. This part came off of the CNC router. We have punched the lightning hole in this one just due to clearance issues. It can't be done after it's bent. So now these parts are ready for the CNC press brake. And again, when they're finished being bent, they will be a 100% match drilled part to fit your application with no extra work needed. So this is Richard, and Richard is going to demonstrate how some of our parts are pressed. What he is making there is a elevator tip rib. This is Mark, and Mark is one of our rib finishers. So once the parts are pressed in whichever application they're pressed in, they come across Mark's table. He is going to check that it fits perfectly so that you don't have to do anything to it before you install. Now Richard is going to demonstrate a different style of pressing parts that we have that we're able to do on some of our applications, and that really depends on the shape of the part. But this is a large press with a urethane block in the top. He's going to put the blank on the male form block, and the urethane becomes a universal female that fits any shape that you put into it. Now he's going to push the button, and I have the machine set up on an automatic cycle so that it will rotate up. It will build the pressure and hold it for as long as we tell it to, and then return back to the point we tell it to. The benefit of that is the operator can be getting the next part ready to go in, and you can just put one part in, take the other one out, recycle, and while the machine's running, we're doing other work that can maximize our productivity. So here at Zenith, you're going to hear us talk about CNC and fancy equipment, but we like to use the right tool for the job. And some of our technology has been around for 100 years, but it is the right tool for the right application. So I'm going to have Richard show you how we produce a lightning hole and how quick and easy it is. He's aligning a tooling hole position from the CNC with a spring-loaded pin, and in one stroke he's going to punch the hole and flange the hole at the same time. And again, these are referred to as lightning holes, but primarily they are strengthening holes. They make these parts very strong and rigid while reducing a little bit of weight. Okay guys, so you can meet John. He is our primary welder here at Zenith Aircraft. John is very skilled. If you look in at those welds, you'll agree with me, I believe. So we do TIG welding here at Zenith. That's known as tungsten inert gas, or for some old timers might refer to it as heliarc. It is the most pure form of welding for this application. What you're looking at is an aluminum fuel tank. This is considered a long-range option for a 750 STOL. The tank ends are formed, cut on the CNC and then formed, along with the skins that are cut on the CNC and bent in the press brake. Also, if you look here on the wall, you'll see we have certain fixtures that holds all of the individual parts together to make up the welded assembly that John's going to weld them in. We weld our parts 100% in the fixture so that we don't have any warping and everything fits exactly the way it should when you receive it. This is a more finished fuel tank, and you're able to see now that we have some of the fittings welded in. So the fittings are typically a CNC machined threaded part, so this adapts the filler neck to it. We also have the NPT threads that allows your fuel fittings to go in for a fuel return, as well as the fuel outlets, and along with a drain. Notice the bead rolled along the ends. This is to add a lot of rigidity to the skin and stop vibrations, so that removes any pressure from the weld. So we've got tanks that's been out there for 30 years and they don't crack. Once the tanks are welded, they're brought down for a pressure test. In order to get a good, proper test, it's important that we use at least 3.5 pounds of air. In order for us to put 3.5 pounds of air, it doesn't sound like much, but that's pounds per square inch. There's a lot of square inches here, so it's a lot of pressure. In order to get that test done properly, we have to put them in a cage that allows us to hold the shape of this tank while having that much air. Then a soapy glycerin solution is sprayed around the entire tank to check all of the welds, make sure they don't leak. If there are any leaks, they're marked, taken back to the welder, he repairs them. We don't assume he fixed it, we retest it. When this tank is finished being tested, they're going to write the date and the initial of the tester on it. And that's something I'm really proud of here at Zenith, how every employee is literally willing to sign their name to the quality of work they're doing. Okay guys, so that's just a snapshot of what we're doing here at Zenith Aircraft, and if we've sparked an interest or you're thinking you'd like to build a Zenith aircraft, I would really like to see you come in and take a full tour and get familiar with everything here at Zenith, as well as all the employees. We are a very small family type environment, and again, everyone would be welcome to come in and have a look and make up your own mind about us after you've been here.
So how's everybody doing on their building the rudder? Chris, how you doing?
All
right. Looking good.
I'm doing good. I'm just getting the set up so I can put the skins on now, but I got all the ribs finally done.
Yep, looking great. You've got the skeleton all riveted together, so now looks like you're ready to get the skin. And you have any beams or anything like that, or?
That's what I'm working on right now. So it'll probably take me some time to get that ready.
Okay.
I don't want you guys to slow up because of me, though.
Oh, no, not. No, I'm just checking with you because I just want to make sure you're doing everything correctly. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. And who else is out there working? Got Ben. How you doing? That looks good. Yeah, you got to maneuver the skeleton or the rudder around those clecos, and you might have to remove some clecos, but basically you want to have it on the beams and the block underneath that trailing edge until the last rivet is pulled.
Yeah, I had a question. This is leading edge here. Is there anything to prevent with the air coming in right here causing drag?
Well, you're going to have a dorsal fin on top of the fuselage. It's going to kind of cover up some of that area. But no, you don't put anything else there.
Okay, so this is finished outside of riveting?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
Well, are we ready for our next sketch? John, we have John Croak going to give a little presentation on aircraft that he's built from Zenith, and what does he do day to day for Zenith, and his enthusiasm dealing with Zenith aircraft.
Now, can you guys hear me okay?
Oh yeah, we can hear you, John.
Oh, fantastic. Well, if it looks like I'm sitting outside somebody's porch, it's because it's true. I live way out in the country, out in Wisconsin, and the Wi-Fi gets a little sketchy. So I found a friend who lives about a mile away that has great internet, and it bleeds out onto his porch. So with permission, I have a much better signal than if I had done it from home. So one of the benefits to living out in the country is all the country stuff. Occasionally you'll get a truck pass by. But the good news is that they pass by. But anyhow, so for those that don't know me, my name is John Croak, and I won't take up a long time, but I want to say that I've been working with Zenith for about 15 years now. I started off with a 701. I think I've built just about every single plane that's out there. But basically, my service called Home Built Help provides DVD step-by-step instruction, video instruction for building most of the Zenith aircraft. That's how much I think about the aircraft. So basically for those that are building either a 701 or 750, the cruiser, the 601, those models, so there's a couple I don't cover, but those models, I have DVDs for step-by-step video instruction. Now, the Zenith are easy enough that anyone can put them together without a video. However, if your time is worth something, then what I can almost guarantee is that the videos will cut, and I don't know the exact number, to be honest, but you know, I would say maybe half the time, maybe that'd be a little aggressive, 40%, a huge amount of time, because it just makes it easier when you can watch somebody do it and then explain some maybe little tricks or whatever the case is. Watch the video in advance and then go build a particular part on the aircraft. So the value in the DVDs is for saving time, because the last thing we want, and I know I built a lot of planes, so I speak from experience, the last thing you want is for your aircraft project to take forever to finish. You don't want it taking 2 or 3 years or something like that. You can get your plane done within a year if you have some helpers like the DVDs, the video, to watch how it goes. And most of our series really does go pretty step by step. And that's why I tell a lot of people, use the fast forward button and key to zip through it if I'm talking too slow, which sometimes I do. So you can always speed me up and get that done. So my value to Zenith is, if you want to get building quicker and make less mistakes, we all make mistakes. I edit out the ones that I make on the video so that you don't have to make them. And that has to do with maybe putting a part on before another part that has to go on top of it. So the procedure, that's where I've kind of figured out some of the procedures as far as the sequence and flow. Though there is no one way to build, you can build it any way you want, as long as that you get most of the parts or all of the parts used up by the time you're done with the aircraft. And another thing too, is if anybody out there is watching and it's like, I'm not sure if I can build a wing or a fuselage, or that looks too complicated, heck, for $39 or whatever the particular DVD costs, that is your inexpensive insurance policy to watch someone else build it completely for that $39. And you can say, yeah, I can do that, or no, I don't want to do that, or what tools are needed for a particular piece of the assembly. Because there are some more complicated areas and easier areas. But I will tell you, you probably heard this before. I haven't been tuned in all morning, but if you can build that rudder, the rest of the aircraft is essentially the same. More metal parts, a lot more rivets. The rudder has a good combination of flat pieces and bent pieces and hinges and different doodads. That it's a good example of the types of things you will hit. Now, obviously, the fuselage is bigger, the wings are bigger, and things like that. But as long as you don't get too tired of listening to me talk, but you know, you got a mute button and all that with the videos and stuff. And by the way, if I'm rambling on too much, feel free, you guys that are in control of the control center, to cut me off. And or you know, tell me to move along, or that you got some other things to do. So the other things I want to mention is that look forward to seeing a lot of you at the wonderful get-together air shows that Zenith has. I just missed the last one, but I'm usually there at every single one, you know, talking about my videos, looking at the planes. Yes, I've had hands-on building with all of the planes, because that's just what I've been doing the last 15 years or so. And by the way, you really don't have to buy anything. Make sure you visit my website, because now Sebastian showed me how to do this the other day, and I'm sure I can't, I'm looking for that button down there. But anyhow, if you go to the homebuilthelp.com website, there's a whole series of free videos. I call them tip of the week, not because they come out every week, but when I have a video tip, it belongs to a week, you know, some crazy thing like that. But anyhow, if you go through the archive on my website, there's hundreds of short videos, about 10 minutes long, give or take, on all different topics. Yes, they apply to anybody's home built plane, but certainly apply to Zenith. Everything from fuel systems to rubber hoses to how to drill rivets out to how to wire panels, but they're all just 10-minute real short types of things that and oftentimes, you know, it's not me, right? All of the talent is out there, other people who have built, and I often use their talent to explain how they did things. So all of those videos are free. So where do you go for that? homebuilthelp.com. And boy, there's a way for me to pop that up here. I am just not a very good Zoom person. Let's see, it says, let's see, participants, stop video, mute. That button isn't down here. Oh, who knows? Share screen. No, we've done that one. Okay, anyhow. So what else did I want to mention? If anybody is on the fence about building, this is the best thing in the world. Well, I guess we got two sets of audience out there. Those of you building rudders, get your order in for your next sub kit, be that the wing, the fuselage, or whatever. I recommend the fuselage. In other words, if you're in the middle of building the rudder, when you take your break, run over to the Zenith site and order a fuselage kit. Now, by the way, I am not tied in with Zenith. I don't get a cut if you like buy something from Zenith. There's no connection there. I just do independent videos. Now, obviously, if you buy some Zenith stuff, you'll maybe buy a video. So that would be the only connection. So my advice here, when I say go place an order for a fuselage kit, is because from my experience, and sometimes I go against what the factory says, from my experience, the next thing to buy after the rudder is the fuselage. Why? Well, if you start with a wing, you're going to build one wing and say, that was fun. What do I do with it now? Try sliding that under the bed. You're going to have to build a second wing, which is a little boring. You just built one. You're going to have to find another bed or workbench to slide that under. Don't step on it. Don't wreck it. Build a wing rack. No, don't get the wings neck. And don't get, let's say, the rest of the tail section. Same thing. You'll build this wonderful tail section and you'll be like, well, what do I do with this now? You're going to have to find another workbench or someone else's bed to slide all of those parts under. No, start with the fuselage next. Why? Because as you build the fuselage, at some point you'll be able to get in it. You'll put it on wheels. You're going to start looking at the panel, where the panel is going to go, and you're going to start dreaming about instruments. You're going to see a firewall as you build, and you're going to start dreaming about an engine. But my point is, when you do all of that work on the fuselage, guess what? You don't have to slide it under someone's bed or under the workbench. Everything you build after that will attach to the fuselage. So to me, the fuselage is the next logical way to go. And also psychologically, right? Nobody wants to see a wing sitting on the floor. They will love to sit in your partially completed fuselage and maybe make airplane noises or whatever, or get their opinion about what you should have on the panel. So I always say, and this is just me speaking, not Zenith, I'm independent, right? Go for the fuselage. So place that order for the fuselage, right? You can't get it the next day, so there's always a few weeks of delay. So if you order now, and it'll be ready, because you're going to finish that rudder pretty quick, and I don't want this gap of time in between the rudder and while you're waiting for more parts and pieces like that. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So what else? I think that's about it. Now, we have videos on all other different home built planes, but by and far, Zenith is the way to go, because a huge support structure, right? In other words, if you go on zenith.aero, zenith.aero, tons and tons of builders to get their opinions about engines and avionics. And, you know, there's things that you want to talk. So the builder community is what I'm saying with Zenith is far bigger for any other particular model than the competition, so to speak. And obviously they do a really great job getting those parts and pieces. It goes together well. So what more can I say? So I'm always very happy when dealing with Zenith home builders as opposed to some of the others. And I personally fly a cruiser, so that's just mine. I've had a 701. I've had, what else did I have in there? I think I had a 750 STOL at some point. I've worked with so many other people, sometimes I kind of forget if it's their plane or my plane, but I know personally I've had a 701 and the cruiser I have now I thought there's probably another plane in there, but anyhow, yeah, what else? Let's see. And I've been through a number of different engines. I have videos on engines. Here's another thing too. Now, there's a lot of great engines for your Zenith, right? Zenith doesn't directly sell engines that much, right? They kind of say, hey, you pick an engine, or, you know, they'll have some recommendations. I got a number of videos produced by the engine manufacturers on showing how to install them. So if you want to get an idea of what it's like to install a Continental or a Viking or a Jabiru or a Rotax, I got videos on all of those of being installed, so you can see the type of effort it takes to install that, because that's probably the most challenging part, right? Because there's not a lot of step-by-step for engines, because everyone has different engine with a different plane, and there's different fuel systems and whatnot. So also watch. So let me wrap this up, and you know, because there's other people trying to do stuff out there. And let me say this. Okay, number one. Place that order for the fuselage. Don't delay. You know, and if you lose interest, you can always sell it. People, you know, but no, just place the order for the fuselage. Get a DVD from Home Built Help. It's what, $39, $40, whatever it is. You know, it'll be the least expensive part of your of the fuselage kit. That's for sure. That's the only thing I can guarantee there. But by watching that video, you'll see exactly what you have in store for you for building that fuselage or any other section of the plane. So that's number one. Number two, in the meantime, go over to the homebuilthelp.com website and watch for free all of those tip of the week YouTube videos. The links are right there with a little explanation. Make sure you navigate the tabs, because the page that brings up is only, I think, the tab from the current year, but there's tabs for previous ones. There should be a couple hundred in there. And what else? That should about do it. Boy, this sure sounds like one heck of a sales speech here. I just wanted to say hello to everybody. Wish I could be out there. Wait a minute, this is all virtual. Okay, so we're not anywhere here. Okay, but I will work on my internet connection at home, and we'll see you at the next. Air show for sure. This winter, I will be probably traveling around the country in my RV. I'm usually looking for other home builders and getting some videos and interviews, do a lot of interviews with other builders and whatnot there. Sebastian, can you think of anything, or Roger, that needs to be said? I think I've said it all.
Oh, I think you've done a great job, and you explained exactly what you do in the aviation community and what you do for us at Zenith. So we do appreciate it. And yeah, feel free to jump in anytime you want, and come. You should visit us sometime during the winter.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you gotta
videos.
And you plow that runway, right, too, during the winter time?
Yeah, we don't get any snow here.
Okay, well, and yeah, because my RV doesn't like snow and stuff. But yeah, excellent. I would like to do that before it gets too deep into the winter. Definitely. Yeah. Okay. Well, very good. Let's see. Is there anything else? I think that about does it. And I will just kind of keep my eye on what's going here. It is actually a beautiful day up here in Wisconsin. I'm about 100 miles from Oshkosh, and we've had a stretch of like 60-degree days. This is really unheard of for November up here. And yeah.
Enjoy it while you can. And yeah, thanks a lot, John. And we'll see you later.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Well, so looks like all the builders are really working hard on the rudders today. Yep. Ben's on a lunch break in between, and looks like John's building. And there you go. Oh, so come on, Jess. You can't. You have to have somebody else rivet your rudder. And yeah, Chris is looking good. Well, we're going to show in a little bit how to drill out a rivet. And I don't know if Chris and Ben know how to drill out a rivet, if you misdrill a rivet or have to take one out. So we're going to try to show one in a little bit. That way you guys can, know the proper way to drill out a rivet. So
Yeah, this is Chris. I actually had that problem earlier on the A5 rivet. I had one that I set that wasn't set very well, so I ended up drilling it out and re-putting in another one.
Okay. Do you have any problem drilling it out?
No, I was very careful to just, you know, not touch the ribs or anything like that. And then I had some punches, and so once I got the retaining ring off, I was able to punch it through.
Okay. Yep, that's exactly what you need to do.
Yeah, the EAA course on sheet metal was really helpful. I've been applying a lot of the stuff I learned there today.
Good. So they would. So Ben, when you start riveting the skins to the skeleton, I always start in the middle at the trailing edge and then work the whole length of the rudder forward to the leading edge. I just kind of work all the ribs together instead of one rib at a time.
Oh.
Yeah, so just, just the whole trailing, start at the trailing edge and work it all up together. You don't want to rivet one rib completely together or all the way up.
Okay. So start at the trailing edge and work my way toward the spar.
Yep, that's just good practice
Gotcha.
because if you run into a problem, then you can kind of back up.
Gotcha. Great tip. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead, Steve. Go ahead, Steve.
Go ahead. You announce it, I'll do it.
Okay, so Steve's going to show us how to drill out a rivet if you're building your kit and you need to drill out a rivet for whatever reason you misplaced it, didn't set right, and he's going to show you a couple different techniques to drill out a rivet. So Chris, you might want to watch, but you've already done a successful drill out rivet. Ben, I don't know if you've drilled out a rivet, so you might want to watch also. All right, it's all yours, Steve.
All right. You got to take out a rivet if you have put a rivet in prematurely and need to take it out to back up and redo something. Rule of thumb, if you can get your fingernail underneath the rivet head, then you did not have the rivet close enough to your material before you pulled the trigger. And that is probably the most common reason to need to take a rivet out. To get this rivet out, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take this head off. I'm going to center my drill bit, which is the same size that I used to put the rivet in. I'm going to make sure I'm perpendicular to the part. And I'm going to bump it a few times because right now what I'm concentrating on is just getting the head off. I just see the head come loose, so I've got the head off. So I'm going to get it off my my drill bit. Now, if we look at our rivet, you notice that down inside you see the hole is still dark. That means I'm not all the way down to the mandrel. The mandrel is the stem part of your rivet, and that's the hardest part. And so because I'm not all the way down to it, I know I still have soft rivet to drill out. So I'm going to drill it just a little bit more.
Now what size drill bit are you using for the, looks like an A5 you're drilling?
Yeah, the number 20.
Okay.
Again, you use the same size of drill bit to take the rivet out as you used to put it in. Now if you look at it, kind of hard to see in the picture, but I'm getting down the point where I'm down to the top of the mandrel. And so now I'm at the point where I can get the rivet out. Now, if you can get to the back side of your piece you're working on, you can take a pair of side cutters and you can grab a hold of that and you take it out just like you're pulling a tooth. And what you've done, you've gotten that rivet out and you've not damaged that hole whatsoever. That hole is still the exact same size it was when you put the rivet in. So I'm going to do another one. I'm going to drill the head off. See if I can get that. There we go. And I'm going to go down just a little bit deeper. Okay, now let's just say that this time we cannot get to the back side of the rivet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a punch and a hammer, and I'm going to tap it through. Stuck my all done. And again, we've taken that rivet out without enlarging that hole whatsoever. The rivet that's going to be the most difficult to get out is when you pull the trigger on your riveter and you don't have that rivet set all the way in. And if you get some of the swollen rivet on top of the material and some of the swollen rivet below the material, those are the hardest ones. Those are going to cause you a little bit of fit. But outside of that, they're really simple. Just take your time. Don't try to just drill it through and muscle it through, because as you can see, I kind of oblong that hole getting it out that way.
So if I drill it like that and I enlarge the hole a little bit, so what do I do next if I have to correct that one hole?
You've got a couple options. One, you can go ahead and drill this out to a number 12, which fits an A6 rivet. Just go one size up. If you're doing an A4 rivet and you mess the hole up, go ahead and drill it out to a 20. You can always go one size up in a rivet anywhere in your drawing, but you can never go down in a size. The other option you can have, if let's say you messed up this number 20 hole, you go to a 12 and you end up messing it up. Go ahead and put that number 12 in there, but go ahead and put 2 rivets on either side of that rivet to double up on your strength.
good.
Everybody, I always tell everybody at workshops, drilling out a rivet is a necessary skill because I don't care who you are, you're going to mess up somewhere. You're going to pull the trigger prematurely, or you're do what I do and get ahead of myself and have to take some rivet out to back up to get back on track.
Thank you for that little demonstration on drilling out the rivets. Yeah, who is that there? Is that Mark? I don't recognize you, Mark, all cleaned up.
I clean up nice, all right?
So is that what you wear when you fly your cruiser?
Yes, of course.
You do clean up well, I must say.
I tell you what a day, man. I only had one flight from Baltimore to LA, and one person caused an hour delay and just a big hassle. So just got to the hotel now.
That's awesome. Glad you made it.
Yeah. How many rudders are we building?
There's about half a dozen rudders being built, and it looks good. Everybody's doing a great job. And we've already had quite a few guests on talking about the various projects that they're working on and so forth. So certainly look forward to hearing more about what you're doing, and as well as about your YouTube channel and things like that. So
Yeah, mine's going great. In fact, I'm just about ready to button up the left wing. The left wing takes a little bit longer just because of the pitot tube and some of the systems and stuff that go in it. But yeah, I've only been working on it it's been less than 2 months, I think, and all the tail pieces are done, and the wings are we'll say 95% done. So it's moving along nice.
yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Now you're kind of bragging though, because you're not a first time builder either, are you?
No, I'm not. And also I had 2 months off of work, so I was kind of doing it full time. So.
Right. Yeah, and that's definitely, and for a lot of people, this has been a good time to be working on their airplane. Definitely. Yeah. It's it's something you can do in your garage, kind of self-isolating and staying busy working on the project. So we've definitely seen a lot of that, and I think it'll be interesting later this year or early next year in 2021. We'll have all these 2020 airplane projects that will be registered and so forth. We might see a bit of an uptick in aircraft registrations because of that.
It seems like there's a lot of Super Duties being built now.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we've been really pleasantly surprised, or pleased about that.
Yeah.
And the Super Duty, it's just working out to be just a great airplane. It's a natural progression of the CH-750. Bigger wing and adding the additional payload. And for us, we were for a number of years we were really focusing more on the light sport market. And then with Basic Med decided to expand the Super Duty to allow for higher payload, bigger engines, and so forth. And that's one of the things that we've been discussing out here is, again, engine choices and so forth, because, again, with the Super Duty, we have the ability to put bigger and heavier, more powerful engines to get more utility out of them. So happy to see that.
Yeah, and I see, is John Humbard then building a Super Duty now?
He is. John, you wanna pipe in as well? He's busy working, you know.
Yeah.
He's actually working on his rudder today.
Well, that's cool because I can't wait to see what he does with it in the STOL competitions.
Hey, Mark.
Although hey, John, I might be competing against you though when my Super Duty's done.
Let's do it. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we'll be like a team. Well, that's cool, man. I'm glad to see.
There we
you
go. That's what we need to do.
What's that?
It'll be fun. I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, you'll have a lot of fun building it too. So you're your second time builder also. So yeah, the Super Duty will go a lot quicker than your 701.
That's what I was about to say. A lot of people are telling me that. I'm looking forward to that aspect of it for sure.
Yep. Oh, I'm having a blast with mine. So
it's a bigger airplane, but probably quicker to build because of the amount of match drilled holes in the kit. So definitely a good thing that way.
I can see that already with the rudder. It's obvious between the 701 and 750 Super Duty just with the rudder.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, as I was telling you earlier, John, it'll be interesting because you just, you know, you built recently a 701 and now are going into the Super Duty. It'll be interesting, again, to really hear all the differences that you find and how much time it helps you as well. Because I think
well, you know I want to build another 701, so after I do this one, it may be a different story there.
That's right. So, Mark, why don't you tell us a little bit about your Kit Plane Enthusiast YouTube channel?
yeah, so if you go to YouTube and search for Kit Plane Enthusiast, my channel will come up. And I started it about midway through building the cruiser, the Blue Angels cruiser. Obviously, that airplane's done now, so I want to start posting some more flying videos with that airplane because I want to show people, you know, the fun you can have building it. But then once you're done building it, the whole reason we're doing that is to go out and have fun with it and go out and meet with other people and go camping and things like that. So I will have some other flying videos coming out with the cruiser. And then my Super Duty kit was delivered at the beginning of September, I think it was. So now I'm posting videos just on the progress I'm doing on building the Super Duty. So I started with the rudder workshop and did the rudder. Then the kit was delivered, I built the stabilizer and elevator, and there's videos on that. And now I'm working on the wings. And like if you're just logging in, I guess I was kind of saying at the beginning that the wings now are probably about 95% done. The only thing I really need to do now is just rivet on the top skins of the left wing and then the wing tips. Right. And then the wing will be done. And in fact, I haven't shown it on the videos yet because I'm a little further ahead than the videos, but I've already also have the flaps almost done too, or the flaperons. So videos coming out on that pretty soon also.
Yeah, and again, I need to give kudos to you. You really do a great job on your videos. And then one of the nice things you also do is you take the time to actually respond to all the comments, suggestions, questions. And so you're really providing a lot of guidance and a lot of good information to fellow builders out there, whether they're looking at just getting started or actually building. And I know once you've completed the airplane, that archive of videos, that whole series from start to finish will really be a valuable tool to a lot of builders. So thank you for that. We really appreciate having you.
Yeah, thanks. For me, it's fun. Making the videos is kind of like a hobby too. I do like doing it, but I also like kind of having this little community online where, and I know there's other guys building and filming too, but it's just, if we can have this little online community where we can all help each other and encourage each other. And this is the 5th airplane I've built. So I still don't think I'm an expert, but I've learned a thing or two along the way. And if I can pass on some tips or tricks to other builders, then I'm happy to do that.
Absolutely. And again, that's one area I find it's especially useful because, again, because of your experience having built airplane, it's just the planning part of the project, when to wire this, the thought process and how to choose your lights, your avionics, your engine choices, and so forth. It really, again, it's just good information, and you're kind of an impartial outsider, so you're doing this, for your own purposes. Again, like you say, you've built airplanes before, so you kind of know the steps and procedures. Every kit is different, but every airplane needs an engine. Every airplane needs avionics. Every airplane needs a lighting system. So these kind of things you can really look at and apply your experience to the new project that you've already gained from prior projects. So it's just a good information. And like you say, it's a community of builders out there. So being able to share what you're doing, your successes, is just helpful for other builders as well.
Yeah, and riveting the airplane together is the easy part. And like you were kind of saying, sometimes the difficult part is just kind of figuring out when to do things, or exactly how to route wires or mount a pitot tube or things like that. So, if I can share little tips and stuff like that and help the next builder out, then that's awesome.
Yeah, that's great. We appreciate that. What tips would you want to share to people out there that are, say, looking at starting on a project? What would be a good first advice for somebody like that?
Well, I think the first thing is actually to think about how they want to use the airplane, because that really, if you define your mission, that will tell you which airplane you want to build.
Right.
So, I think, but once you narrow it down, I guess the biggest tip is just to get a kit and get started. And the reason I say that is just from reading through some of the comments on my videos or some emails I get, it seems like a lot of people are afraid to get started because they're afraid of what they don't know. And, I just tell everybody, it's like, look, everybody starts on their first airplane at some point, and everything you need to know is either available from the factory, or like videos like mine or other people's videos, or the Zenith forums that are online. So, I tell people, don't be afraid to get started because you don't know how to do something. Just get the kit, get started, and when you have a question, just get online and ask.
Right. No, and I think those are good words of wisdom, because it's if you wait until you know everything, you might as well have built an airplane, because just the time you spend researching and so forth. And there's it's no different than the rudder build workshop experience. I always tell folks is the actual, by doing it, is really how you're learning as much as possible. But the nice thing is you're gonna spend a day learning how to build the rudder, but you'll have actually built the rudder in doing that. So it's not just time that's pure research. You're actually learning while you're building. And I think you're saying the same thing basically, is get started on a project, and as you're building, you can really learn a lot from that. And that's, of course, as when you're working on your fuselage, that's what's a good time to be researching your avionics, researching your engine, all these different things like that. So good information.
Yeah. And then just have fun, because it's there are frustrations along the ways you're trying to figure things out, but it's so, that's why I keep building airplanes. As soon as I'm done, I miss the fun and the challenge of building. So you just got to remember to enjoy it along the way.
And that's so true. Sometimes the challenges, that's what makes something memorable. That's what makes the achievement great, is, when you fly that airplane for the first time, it's because you've had to overcome challenges along the build process that they become so rewarding at the very end. And then, of course, you have an airplane that you can really truly enjoy flying and maintaining and so forth. So yeah, that's thanks for sharing that. That's a lot of great information. So you left, you said Baltimore this morning. Where are you now?
I'm in Los Angeles, in Long Beach.
And are you overnighting? Are you overnighting now?
Yeah, I'll be here all day, and then we leave tomorrow, and I think we go to Kansas City and then back here again. So
okay, there you go. There you go.
Yep. Back to work.
Back to work. Well,
the life of an airline pilot.
It can be good. It can keep you away from your project sometimes, though, doesn't it?
I'd much rather be at home in the hangar right now building a Super Duty.
Oh yeah, so, understood. Well, thankful for all that you do, and we definitely look forward to following you, the Kit Plane Enthusiast, on your YouTube channel. I saw you had a nice write-up in what was it, Sport Aviation magazine?
Yeah,
a nice write-up on your cruiser airplane. Congratulations.
Yeah, they Thanks. They asked me a couple months ago to write something up, and you'll notice at the end of the article, I said I have the Super Duty on order. So that kind of tells you how long I actually wrote that article. But yeah, that was kind of nice to see in the magazine. So
yeah, congratulations. All right.
thanks.
Okay, well, thanks, and get some good rest in LA now. And thanks for checking with us. Thanks for the update on your project. We appreciate it.
All right, have fun, everybody. I'm going to get some lunch.
That's right. He's pretty early over there. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's always nice to hear from fellow builders checking in. And I guess we'll just continue on with the construction now.
Everybody's making great progress. It's 20:02 here. So they're really about where everybody else would be if they're even here.
Yeah, because they're building, they don't want to talk. They're building.
Yeah.
And there's not too many people chiming in and ask questions.
These guys are.
Yeah.
Where's my list?
Yeah.
John, that rudder really should be on beams.
Like the 750 STOL, right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. He has a number of things to go over on that. And
Hey, Roger, can you hear me here?
Roger's in the office, but I can hear you.
Hey, I got a question for you. The topic has come up a couple times about powder coating of aluminum parts and whether or not that messes with the annealing process. What's your recommendations on that, like for landing gear and things like that?
We have a customer that got a hold of the aluminum manufacturer and had that very conversation. And the heat ranges are under what it would take to take you out of that T6 rating. So the manufacturer of the aluminum says that powder coating is no problem. And we have 2 customers that are planning on powder coating the entire airplane.
Oh, the entire airplane. Yeah, I was just talking about landing gear. I know Jan did it over at Viking with this gear there, but I wasn't sure. It's come up a couple times when I've mentioned it, and people in the comment section were concerned that it might mess with the annealing process. But 400 degrees for 30 minutes is not going to damage the integrity of the landing gear or the nose strut or anything like that, then, is what you're saying?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, great. Good to know.
Plus, it makes it look really nice.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Who'd you have on that?
Well, he was asking for you. You were here, so I had to take over. As usual.
Thank you, Steve. I heard my name in the office, that's why.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
I'm glad that powder coating was brought up. That was going to be one of the questions I had for you guys. As far as like the fuselage goes, is there a particular stage where you would want to powder coat? Does anybody have any input on that?
Well, you want to, if you're going to powder coat any of your steel, of course, you want to powder coat it before you put it in, obviously. Are you talking about powder coating the exterior of your fuselage or just the steel parts?
I haven't seen enough of the kit to know which is steel and which is aluminum.
Well, the only steel that's going to be in the aircraft is going to be like your cabin frame and then your controls, your Y stick, rudder pedals, push rods, things like that.
And is that welded or bolted together?
They're welded. The parts are welded together, and then a combination of riveting and bolting to the aircraft itself.
Okay. Yeah, you'd want to powder coat that prior to assembly.
Correct.
The welding, though, Steve, is all done at the factory, right?
Hey, what?
The welding is all done at the factory?
Correct. All the welding on all your parts are complete here at the factory. Both the aluminum parts that are welded and the steel parts.
Are there any stainless steel rivets or steel rivets that the builders got to pull or press?
There's none that they have to press. Anything that takes a buck rivet or a solid rivet is done for our customers. There are a couple places where you will use a stainless steel rivet, but the stainless steel rivets are pulled with your pneumatic riveter or your hand riveter if you're really strong.
Yeah, that hurts. I've done that before. No, thanks.
Yes. How come Robert's not showing up on the screen?
I'm afraid I'm ugly.
Yeah, I don't see you on the screen.
I have my little logo dude with the hat on.
I don't see it. Oh, we've got it. We're working on it. We have tech people here because they don't trust Roger and I with computers.
Yeah, I've seen what Roger does with his computer.
For good reason.
Oh, is that Robert? I
Yeah,
wouldn't
there
trust
he
his
is.
computer either.
There he is. Well, that's the voice you're hearing is Robert Helms of UL Power North America, and we're going to let him do a little presentation from the beautiful Lake of the Ozarks in the background. So go ahead.
If I do this, oh, there, now you can see me.
There you go. There you go. So yeah, tell us about your project, your product.
If we focus, let me get a better background here. There's like a mug shot.
There you go.
Sebastian asked that I just focus on the Super Duty, but just as an overview, we basically got 9 engines now from 97 horsepower to 210 horsepower. So we have an engine for just about any Zenith model, and Zenith has the firewall forward kits for most of the models. A couple of the kits and engine combinations, the firewall forward kit, Zenith does not have it, but we can make it happen anyhow. We can piece together a cowl and a mount or something from others. And the Super Duty, we're making a new cowl for that. And I just learned from Roger that the firewall is actually different on the Super Duty. I thought it was the same as the 750 Cruiser and the STOL, but the firewall shape is a little bit different. So we're modifying an existing 750 cowl that we have. It looks really nice. And then on the Super Duty specifically, there's one being constructed now in Tennessee. It's actually at Ariane Aircraft, which is the maker of the Ariane Lightning. They do a lot of builder assist at their facility, and they're building a Super Duty for a customer in Florida. It's going to be a very nice airplane, and they're putting the 520 AIS on that as 200 horsepower. Realistically, it's about 185 horsepower because the 200 horsepower is at 3,300 RPM, and you never see that RPM with the prop on it. So realistically, it's like 185 horsepower. But the benefit of that engine is it's very light. It's 252 pounds installed. So you can have nice thrust to weight ratio. If you're trying to keep a light airplane, that's a good way to go. We've got a brand new engine. We took the 520i, which is a 180 horsepower engine, and we put a turbocharger on it, and we just added an intercooler to it. It's going to be at least 210 horsepower, possibly 220 horsepower, and maybe with the intercooler, it'll be even more. And what's nice about that is not only is it 210 horsepower at sea level, it's probably going to be 210 horsepower or more at 10,000 feet. And it'll probably be 185, 190 horsepower up to about 18,000 feet. So if you're in a place where you have high density altitude, high elevation, hot days in the summer, Colorado or in the Rockies in Canada or someplace, you'll have good takeoff performance. Or if you're just traveling cross country and you need to get high, that'll be awesome cross country performance. The cost on the turbo, it adds about $10,000. Turbocharged engines are very complex. The TBO will be less. The maintenance might be a little bit higher. So we're testing it now in Georgia with the RV4, and the performance is incredible. What's going to be really nice with that engine is you can put the electric constant speed prop on it from Airmaster out of New Zealand, and you'll be able to have a wide range of performance because you'll have incredible with this engine, they lowered the red line to 2,700 RPM. So that 210 horsepower I mentioned is at 2,700 RPM. And the torque at low RPM, like 2,200 RPM, is unbelievable. Ray in his RV4 is taking off at about 2,200 RPM. And then straight and level flight at 6,500 feet, which is as high as he's gone so far. He's having to come back on the prop because he's hitting the rev limiter. Not on the prop, he's having to come back on the throttle. He's testing with a fixed pitch prop. And he's cruising at V&E at part throttle, which is 210 miles an hour in the RV4. And he's doing that at 2,000 feet straight and level flight, as well as at 6,500 feet. So the performance is going to be awesome. So for the Super Duty, that'll be nice. And the weight's a little bit more, which is good for the Super Duty because the Titan or the light combing is very heavy, and the plane is designed around the Titan. So if we actually add the turbo, it's about 270 pounds installed. Add the intercooler, it's probably another 5 pounds. So it'll probably be 275, 280 pounds installed. So that'll be a nice amount of weight for the Super Duty. It'll have incredible torque and incredible power for takeoff. And then, like I was saying, in the mountains, or if you're going to put it on floats and you want a good acceleration on the water, but even so, a lake at high density altitude floats with the turbo would be really nice. So the turbo is going to really make a nice difference for the Super Duty. Going back, all of our engines are direct drive, air cooled, multi-point fuel injection, dual electronic ignition, and FADEC. So in the cockpit, all you have is a throttle. There's no primer, no choke, no carburetor heat, no mixture. It's just a throttle. So to start the engine, you just turn on the ECU and push the throttle button or the start button, or turn the ignition key, and it starts right up. And the engine knows if the engine's hot or cold. It knows if the air temperature is hot or cold. It knows what the air pressure is. So it adjusts the timing and the mixture on startup. So it's always easy to start. You know, you land to get fuel at a high altitude airport and the engine's hot. It knows to lean the mixture before you start it. So it starts right up. If it's a sea level, freezing cold day, you know, 20 degrees or colder, the ECU knows the air temperature. It knows the engine temperature. It knows the air pressure. And so it can advance the timing and enrich in the mixture, and it starts right up. So startup is awesome. Roger had some experiences where we're down in Florida in January, and it was relatively cold. We pulled the plane out with the UL power on it to the flight line. He's going to give a demo flight to a customer, and everybody's sitting around. There's a Jabiru sitting there, a Viking sitting there, a Rotax. They're all just sitting there, and we pull up, and Nick from Jabiru says, "Oh, let's see how the UL power does." And Roger and I are, "What are you guys talking about?" And he said, "Nobody can get their engine started. It's too cold." And so Roger got in the plane and it started right up. So that was impressive, and it's a nice feature. The weight on the all of our engines is typically less than competitive engines. Our price, because of the technology, the components and things, our new engine prices are pretty much higher than just about everybody. New Lycomings are more expensive. New Rotaxes, the 912 IS is 100 horsepower. It's more than our 130 horsepower, but the regular carbureted 912 is a little bit less. But our maintenance and our overhaul cost is less because you don't have to buy all those components. The overhaul cost of a 4-cylinder UL power, if we do it for you, it's about $8,000. If you do it yourself, it's somewhere between $4,000 and $6,000. But a lot of it depends on what parts you need. If you had a prop strike and you need to do an overhaul, then you'll need a crankshaft, and so the cost goes up. But if it's just a routine overhaul, you know, passage of time, and you want to overhaul it, it's a lot less money. What's nice about the engine, the way it's designed, the TBO is 1,500 hours, but you can pull off the oil pan in about 15 minutes without even removing the exhaust pipes. And you pull off the pan, the way it's designed, the inside of the crankcase is very open. You can see the camshaft, you can see the back of the connecting rods. You can do a real good visual inspection of the inside of the engine. And if you want to, you can pull off one cylinder at a time, or maybe 2 cylinders opposing each other at a time, but leave at least 2 of them still attached to keep the pressure on the case. But you can get in there, pull the cylinder off, take the head off, take the cylinder off. You can disconnect the connecting rod and change the bearings on the connecting rods if you want to without splitting the case. So there's a lot that you can do short of an overhaul if you want to do stuff like that. 100 low lead, speaking of the heads, the lead is difficult for all engines. You know, a lot of people say Lycoming and Continental lead's no problem, but lead's really a problem for any engine. It's just some of the engines, their CHTs are so high that to a certain extent it burns off the lead. So with us, if you use 100 low lead, the recommendation is to add an ounce of Marvel Mystery Oil to 10 gallons of fuel, and it helps prevent the lead from adhering. If you do absolutely nothing, after about 400 hours flying with 100 low lead, you'll start to get some lead buildup on the exhaust valve, and then the exhaust valve won't seat properly, and it won't transfer the heat to the head, so the exhaust valve will never cool properly, and it'll start to burn around the edges. Your compression will start to drop off. If you notice this happening, and you get to it pretty quickly, you can just change the valve. You don't have to do very much. If you have a borescope, or you just want to be preemptive, you can get in there somewhere between 200 hours and 300 hours. You can take the heads off, and you can scrape the lead off, or soda blast it, or get the lead off of there somehow, put it back together. You can do the whole engine, a 4-cylinder engine, in probably about 2 or 3 hours. The intake manifold lifts up as a unit, and then there's one oil line to the heads, and then pull the heads off, and then you can clean the top of the piston, and you can clean the head itself and the valves. And you can do a real good inspection too at that point and determine if maybe you should change the exhaust valve. It's not a lot of money. If you want to change the exhaust valve, it's relatively easy. And then about the only part you need is a new head gasket. All of our parts are available from Wix Aircraft Supply in the United States. Wix is the exclusive parts dealer for UL Power. They're open 6 days a week. If they don't have it in stock, then they can get it shipped from Belgium, from the factory direct to you, and be there in a day and a half or 2 days. And Wix website frequently is not complete. So if you don't see it on their website, go ahead and call in and ask them in a phone conversation if they've got the part, and they can do a check or check on their computer. I'm not sure if their computer is linked to their website or if they have to manually go check, but they frequently have the parts in stock, but they're not listed on the website.
Awesome. So let's
That's pretty much it on the overview. And then if you're active in Facebook, or if you have a Facebook account for the turbocharged engine and for the normally aspirated 750 SD, the Super Duty that's about to fly in Tennessee, I post updates on Facebook regularly. So just get into Facebook, go search for UL Power. If you're interested about learning more about the technical part of the engine, I created a group in Facebook. It's a UL Power Owners and Prospects. So just go into Facebook and search for UL Power, and you'll see both those pages come up, and you can like them. The group that sends a request to me and I let you in. You can scroll back and see what kind of issues have come up with owners and prospects, the questions that were asked, but you can ask any questions you want on there as well. And then on the regular external UL Power page, I use more for marketing. I post highlights there, but then the more technical stuff, like today I posted something about the intercoolers on the private group page. So you can learn a little bit more about the engine. If you're curious about the engine, I would say join that group.
Okay.
Any questions?
I've got one for you.
All right.
If let's say one of our customers wants a UL power plant for their aircraft, and they call it in and order it today, how long of a delay do they have before it arrives?
On the common engines, Roger tries to keep, like the 350i and the 350IS, Roger actually tries to keep one in the back there by your lunch break room.
Mm-hmm.
So there's frequently one ready to ship. And now in Belgium, they're doing the same thing. Frequently, they'll have a 350i or 350IS ready to ship from there if Roger doesn't have one. The 200 horsepower for the SD, I'd say plan on 4 weeks lead time. If you're building a plane, I would say call Joyce and order it, or call me and order it about 10 weeks before you want it to arrive at your facility or your hangar or your home. And that way, if there's any custom delays or wire transfer delays, anything like that, it doesn't slow you down at all. So 10 weeks is a good rough number, but it's actually relatively quick. And then the turbocharged engine, as soon as the testing's complete, the testing's going great. We pulled the turbocharger off the test engine in Belgium, sent it back to Garrett, and they inspected it and confirmed it. Everything is wearing fine. There's no problems at all. And so they're going to resume the testing in Belgium. And as part of this engine, they've done 2 other things as well. They've changed the mount, so it's a dynafocal mount. So theoretically, you might be able to just remove an engine, a Lycoming off of a plane, and put the UL Power on in its place if the CG works with the existing mount. And then the other thing is we're getting ASTM certification, which really doesn't mean anything for the Super Duty, but for the light sport airplanes, to go in an SLS aircraft, the engine has to be ASTM. But it also, even if you don't need the ASTM certification, it's an indication to you of the quality of the engine and the company, because they're going through more rigorous testing to meet the ASTM standard. So that's nice as well.
Awesome. So if any of our builders don't have any questions,
Say that again.
I'm just asking our other builders if they have any questions for you.
I got a question. How much is the Super Duty kit?
I don't know. Roger's the one that knows all those figures. I'm the guy that works on everything out in the shop. So you'll need to wait till he comes back out and ask him.
How would you say the build time compares with the Cruiser?
It's probably, I would say probably a fifth of your time less than the Cruiser. The Cruiser is also max drilled to finish size for the most part, but the Super Duty is just a slightly more advanced. So the Super Duty will be a quicker kit, but it's not going to be like night and day, like the difference between a 701 and a Cruiser. It's not going to be that much different, but it is quicker.
Yeah, watching the different guys starting their builds, they're really zooming.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot of those, it seems like a lot of the Super Duty builders are also second or third time builders, so they've got a lot more experience.
Yes, there is an amazing amount of them that are on the second airplane and have chose the Super Duty for that purpose. You always build your second wing faster than the first, so you're going to build your second airplane faster than the first.
I think you should build two at the same time and sell the first one to pay for the second one, and then the second one will be the better quality. Make all your mistakes on the first one.
There you go. That makes sense. Well, Robert, as always, we appreciate all you do for us and all of our builders, and we appreciate your vast amount of knowledge. And we thank you for coming in and spending some time with us.
Oh, you're welcome. It's fun to zoom with you guys.
Yeah. We'll be doing another one, I'm sure.
If anybody has any questions, if you go to ulpower.com, there's a form you can fill out and ask there, or you can post something in Facebook, or also on the webpage, it's got my email address. So,
all right.
Awesome. Good luck. Talk to you guys later. Have a nice weekend.
Yep. Good seeing you, Robert.
Bye-bye.
All right. What time is it? Jan and Alyssa are here now, so let's just we're a little early, but I mean, you guys are ready to go, so why don't you guys take off and give us a little presentation on your product.
You're unmuted. You can talk
From
now.
inside the airplane. What a great idea. I like that.
All right. Well, we're in the airplane.
Yep.
You know, being new to the Zoom, we also wondered how to like maybe move the phone around and do a little bit of videoing around, but I'm not so sure how to do that. But maybe you can teach us that. But let's start who we are, Viking Aircraft Engines, Jan and Alyssa, and some more people, of course, but that's who you're going to get today. We built one of the first Super Duties, installed an engine that we manufacture, the Viking 195 turbocharged engine, and had a really, really good time building the airplane. Airplane goes together fairly easy. I know they go together even better now. We had an early kit, but even then, the airplane is a fantastic flying machine, and we've had it probably more places than most. We've flown to Zenith a couple of times already with it, and we're going on our third year with a Super Duty. And here's Alyssa. You have a couple of words before we get to any kind of technical?
No, not really. I mean, I get to kind of do a lot of the one-on-one with customers, and we'll dig into that a little bit. A lot of the ones that are building the Super Duty themselves in different parts of the world, and kind of get their aspect of everything and how they're going to customize their build. So ours was a very different build, which kind of gave people an opportunity to really look at it differently than maybe standard or stock, and kind of showed you just how much you can customize something and make it your own. So, and that's really what we did with our airplane, and it works really well for us. And, you know, so we're getting to experience that through other builders now as well.
So some of the things we're going to be, we're going to talk about, not to bore you too much, but we made a little list, and we're going to talk about, you know, if because there's a big STOL competition, probably the biggest one in the country, maybe other than Valdez, and it's going to be at the Sun and Fun arena down in Lakeland, December 4th and 5th, I believe.
5th and 6th.
5th and 6th, and if you want to see the practice, I think it's the day before. But this is something that is going to be exciting. Sebastian has said he's excited about it. He wants to participate in that, and we're going to be obviously participating with one of the Super Duty airplanes, and it'll be this particular one that we're sitting in. And so one of the things we're going to talk about is that STOL competition. We'll talk about our airplane and how we have it configured for that competition. As far as we're going to talk a little bit about propellers, about geared engines and STOL, about our big tires, our header tank, and why that might help with the STOL competition, and our unpaneled system. So just to run down, you know, quickly through those items, we built the airplane, and this is important because, you know, we're going to represent a design by Zenith, and we're going to represent it in front of a lot of people. And we want the airplane to be a stock airplane. So anyone that buys a Super Duty, builds a Super Duty, can have the performance that we might be able to present at the STOL competition. So we have the same wings as everybody. We have the same fuselage, same rudder, same elevator, same slats. We have everything, you know, stock. The things that are maybe different, or not even different from other Super Duties, because I'm sure others will follow. And then we have the really big tires, and you know, we have our own engine. We're going to run a long propeller during the competition, but nothing that will be like non-attainable or non-standard on anybody else's Super Duty. And I think that's important because we want to represent in the competition the airplane that everybody else is building. Do you have anything about that?
No, not really. Not as far as that goes. I mean, a lot of people have a lot of questions about the tires and the propeller. That always seems to, you know, get a lot of attention. And just for reference points, our tires are 31-inch Alaskan bush wheels, and we obviously had to alter our nose fork a little bit to kind of make the, you know, the plane sit a little bit more even or appropriately considering how high we've lifted it. And we also, a lot of people also ask about the liner that we have on it. We also coat it with Herculiner. We've tried a couple things, but the Herculiner bed liner also seems to really help keep the tires, you know, lasting a little bit longer. If we can get more landings out of them, the better. But other than that, I mean, it's all something that can be done by your average builder.
Yeah, because these tires are expensive. That's the one thing about the Alaskan bush wheels or tires. They get the money for them. But you know, the one thing that I really like about them, other than that eventually we're going to have to replace them, is that there's the one kind of tire that, you know, unless you puncture it, it is a continuous tire. It goes inside the two halves of your wheel, meaning that there's no split anywhere on the tire. So that's the first time I've seen that, and it's really unique. Now, back to other features, like on our particular airplane, one thing we did is, you know, we installed a header tank right behind our cabin. And why I mention that as far as the STOL competition. I'm talking about the STOL competition in our airplane because Sebastian said, you know, this is an interesting thing going to this STOL competition. And I think this is a STOL airplane. So why not talk about the ultimate, which is, you know, showing it off in front of other people and being able to fly with Super Cubs and things like that. So the header tank is something that allows you, because it has its own fuel gauge in it, to run low fuel in the airplane. And of course, when you're trying to get off the ground with 100 pounds worth of tires and all this kind of stuff, it's important to try to keep everything else as light as possible. So we're going to be running down there with a minimum amount of fuel. All of it will obviously be in the header tank that gives us 2.5 gallons, and we'll keep a few gallons on each side, but just enough to safely do the competition. Obviously, we want to participate. We also want to win this thing. Not so sure after seeing the people that are logging on to and want to be part of it, but we're doing everything we can to see, within reason, to see if we can do well down there. As far as the nose fork, yeah, of course, Dean Phillip in New Zealand is the guru for STOL and Zenith. And he has a massive nose fork in the front. We made one as well to have, like Alyssa said, a bigger tire in the front to get the airplane to sit level. In fact, I just redid that fork the other day based on us going to this competition, and I drilled a hole even further down to kind of tilt the airplane up just a tiny bit. So we've been thinking about this and what we can do, what we can tweak and all that. We also took a 3-bladed propeller. Of course, we have our 5-bladed, really nice propeller from Duke. We even have a variable one. We even have reverse if we wanted to use it to stop quickly. But, you know, this is going to be jump off the ground and land really short. It has nothing to do with going cross country. So we're not sure if we're going to put the variable pitch or if we're going to put this 3-blade STOL propeller on that's manually adjustable. I did machine some pieces for that. I wish I knew how to show you this stuff, but we can show it on Facebook and stuff as well. But we have a large propeller now that we can, we actually extended the hub to get a 90-inch propeller on the Super Duty. And I don't think anybody's had a 90-inch propeller on the Super Duty. So
That's interesting. Good stuff. Yeah. And what you're going through is pretty typical in the sense, we start with an airframe and, of course it takes an engine, it takes a propeller, it takes a landing gear. It's, it's a combination of all these different factors to get exactly what we want. And when it's a competition, of course, that's where you really want to maximize on all that. And then the competition they're doing at Sun and Fun, I believe that's just a STOL competition, short takeoff and landing. There's no STOL speed element to it. I think it's definitely an area where you'll obviously want to maximize on the short takeoff and landing, where, like you say, speed is not going to be an objective. So it's always interesting because it's impossible to design an airplane that'll do everything. Of course, it's always a set of compromises, and when you're doing a competition, that's the ultimate compromise there, because you're trying to do one thing very well, which sometimes means that you're giving up a lot in other areas. And that's where we've always been very impressed with the Zeniths, because they're obviously STOL airplanes, but they're also very capable airplanes in terms of actually being able to go places cross country. Talking about cross country, that's always one thing that's always really impressed me about you, Jan, is that you will fly your STOL airplanes, literally across the country. And you were here just a couple months ago now for our open hangar days, homecoming. And again, that's a trip, from Florida, 1,500 miles to get out here in a relatively slow flying airplane. And but again, these airplanes are capable of doing that. One thing I don't like to see typically with the STOL airplane is when folks trailer them in to compete, because to me that makes it an airplane that's just not that useful for other things. Now I get it, they're trying to win a competition, but at the same time, having an airplane that is equally capable of taking you places. Same thing, tricycle gear. We're typically, when you see Zenith and STOL competitions, they're typically the only tricycle gear airplanes out there. Usually a STOL airplane is a big tail dragger aircraft, and again, that requires a higher skill level to do properly, and again has limited applications in non-STOL environments. So that's one of the areas that we like to focus on having an airplane that's well suited for the low time recreational pilot, yet is very capable for doing STOL stuff. And kudos to you, because you're really doing that well, Jan. It's nice to see that. Anything you can share with us about what you're doing special on the engine itself for the competition?
I think I can share a little bit about that, and Alyssa wanted to say a little bit too, so I don't want to hog all the time. But as far as the engine, the engine is turbocharged, so we're going to run the amount of boost that we normally do, but we have the geared engine, so we can run a longer propeller. Like you said, we can set the propeller up for short takeoff and landing as far as the pitch of it. We have a big intercooler, so we're able to accept quite a bit of boost to the engine. And that's something that, of course, with a boosted engine, you have the ability to give it just a little extra bit of a shot of boost to jump off the ground, and then after that, in a STOL airplane, you never need it again. So that's kind of an advantage with a turbocharged engine, is that you can have it when you need it, and then you can just turn it off when you don't want it. So we're going to be playing with that. Low fuel, like we said. Trying to keep the front end of the airplane light, so we don't have to come in with power to hold the nose up. And there's just, like Dean Phillip is saying, and like I've been doing myself, you do all this brainstorming and write down a whole bunch of lists about what is important as far as being able to levitate off the ground without eating up pavement or grass, and at the same time be able to slow down to the point where you're not going to be eating up a whole bunch of ground after you touch down, which means your velocity has to be very low. So that's it as far as the engine and us, and we're just kind of keep preparing for that. And you had something, Alyssa.
Well, I think the important thing about the engine is anything that, for the most part, that we're going to be able to do at the STOL competition, again, is attainable by each and every one of our customers. And, one of the big things about that, now that the Super Duty seems to really be taken off, you've really made the kit really easy to build. It seems like more and more customers are kind of coming forth and more getting closer and closer to flying. And we have quite a few of those and that have chosen to even fly and put floats on their airplanes. From Alaska and Canada, they're going to have some Super Duties with some floats, and the turbocharging, the power, and the geared engine are all a big part of the decision factor on why they went the route of, you know, a Viking engine. So it's able to really optimize their setup. And now with the variable pitch propeller on some of these, you know, float planes are going to be really fun to see. But, you know, the idea is we have a large amount of customers now at this point throughout the world. I mean, I think we're going to have a Super Duty and in Thailand, we have them in Mexico, we have them in Alaska and Canada. So it's kind of fun to really just get to see the personalization that's going on. And it also gives us some great ideas along the way. As many people know, we built this airplane really, really quickly. So it doesn't mean we necessarily did everything that we wanted to do the first go around. So now we're kind of optimizing the things that we wish were a little bit better, especially after we've done so many cross-country trips at this point. It kind of shows us the areas we want to change, we want to optimize, we want to fix. I think that list really never ends for people, and what you want to do. So it's, you know, and one thing that we really like is just the ability to, like you kind of stated, Sebastian, is the ability to take it cross country. We have traveled from many of the states down here south, up north, and, you know, Jan's been as far as Montana with this. So it's very much a STOL airplane, but at the same time, if you got a little bit of patience and time on your side, then you can very well take it cross country anywhere you plan to. And having the turbocharger on the engine, also, you know, being able to take it up to altitude without the loss of performance is a big thing for us and a lot of people that are maybe out west.
That's right. Yeah. Well, good information. Thanks for sharing all that. Now, you guys have a busy month. This is we just started November. You tell me what's happening later this month.
Well, the 21st we're getting married, so that's a big thing.
Well, congratulations for that. That's a wonderful thing. It's great thing to happen. And I know you were looking for you were looking for places to honeymoon a while back, and of course with international travel being so difficult right now. So what have you decided for your honeymoon?
Well, we've actually decided we're going to spend a week in Fort Lauderdale, and it was going to be 2 weeks, but we've kind of rerouted our plans to be a part of this STOL competition. So we'll actually be finalizing our honeymoon right there in Sun and Fun at the STOL competition. So if anybody sees us out there, you know, we'll be out there with our 2 dogs and us, and ending our honeymoon, and hopefully on a good note, and we can win us a little bit of a competition.
Wonderful. True aviators when you schedule your honeymoon around aviating and flying around. So again, congratulations for all of that, and we definitely look forward to see you guys later this month.
Yep. And for our customers that want more information, can you tell us, you know, some places that they can get a hold of you or get a hold of more information on your power plants?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously you can reach out on email. That's alyssa@vikingaircraftengines.com. We have a website. We have our YouTube. We have multiple Facebook outlets that we maintain. So there's really a boundless opportunity to reach out to us. We're always available and stuff like that. So, there's all of those outlets, and you even have the Zenith Aero Forum if you don't do Facebook or social media, or, you know, your email doesn't work. So there's plenty of places to reach us. And on that note, that's Rudder. So, yep. So I guess we'll see everybody on here in a couple weeks already. And like I said, we'll have our 2 dogs with us honeymooning. He's welcoming a little brother. So Rudder and Finn will be there with us. So just come say hi. And if we get a chance, maybe we'll even get a chance to do some demo rides for people. That'll be there.
And one last thing about the airplane I was thinking about, Sebastian was asking what about the airplane and for STOL, and of course we have the unpanel. I'm sitting in it now. I'm looking at it. I mean, it's not here because it's unpanel. So, but being able to see left and right, I'm hoping that you know, maybe I'll be able to look down on my left and right and see the line and hit the line, or go 1 foot past the line. So we have the unpanel in our Super Duty.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because you know when you're doing off-airport operations, visibility is so important. You need to see where you're going because you've got obstructions that you may not be aware of, and so you really, it's important to be able to see. So when you get rid of that panel, you really open up the side views that becomes so important. And then of course when you're in a competitive environment, you can literally look at that threshold line and to try not to be 1 foot before it, because of course that disqualifies you, but you want to be right on it or right after it. So hopefully that'll give you a competitive edge. Absolutely. Well, thanks again for joining us. It's a real pleasure, and we'll look forward to following you a little bit later. And before I forget, you had just posted a really neat video on I guess it was on YouTube and Facebook as well, a bit of STOL flying, some really impressive short takeoffs and landings. I know you had a good little headwind, but I guess you always land with the headwind rather than a tailwind. So, but still, really impressive short takeoffs. Great to see you flying the airplane the way we designed it to be flown. So thanks for that.
All right. Well, I guess that's it from here then. I think I'm not sure if you're going to make this into a video or not, but we definitely will make a little video that shows what we talked about right now about how we are configuring the airplane for the competition. To give, obviously, there's lots of people building Super Duties right now, so I think this is a timely thing for people to be able to see what we're doing, for us to see what they're doing, and all that, sharing information.
Exactly. Thanks.
Yep.
All right. Enjoy your weekend. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Bye,
You
guys.
too. Bye.
Well, let's get on.
Yeah.
Get on with the construction of this.
Yep.
It's nice to see. We're kind of finishing up here, aren't we? The
Yeah.
rudders are really starting to take shape. Final riveting here. That's always the last and final thing, is when we rivet it all together, isn't it?
Yep. And Ian finished his, and he's off doing something else already.
Yeah. That's great to see. Great
Yep.
to see.
They're getting theirs done. Chris is moving right along.
Looking nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris is going leaps and bounds.
Yeah, I see that.
Good, good.
Yeah, so there's so we're in a good for the and then because that's the thing to do. We don't need to do a hard landing on the Zoom meeting, but we should do a hard landing on the YouTube. Exactly. And then if you do a transition, then we keep it open forever. And then exactly. Hey, Andy, I see you've been able to join us. Can you unmute yourself? There we go.
Hey, buddy.
So, yeah, I see you. So you're Airplane House. That's you. Okay. I had seen that earlier sometime and I wasn't sure. Who is Airplane House?
Yeah, you know, when this whole Zoom thing started, they were talking about privacy and whatnot, so I just made it something vague.
Good to see you, Andy.
Good to see you guys. I'm glad to connect with you guys today.
You were just chatting with Nearly Neighbors with Jan and Alyssa from Viking over in Edgewater, Florida. So where are you in Florida?
Right here in Lakeland, right on the Sun and Fun campus.
So we're speaking live with Sun and Fun campus, right, in Lakeland, Florida. That's correct. So tell us a little bit, Andy, a little bit about who you are and what you're doing, as well as the project behind you, if you can.
Yeah, so thanks for the invite. So Andy Evans, I'm the aircraft maintenance manager here at Sun and Fun. So myself and a team of volunteers and high school students from the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, we maintain all the aircraft on property here that Sun and Fun and Aerospace Center for Excellence has in their possession. So the project behind me is a project we started in 2019, opened the crate right at Sun and Fun, and we have been working on it pretty much ever since June. June 6th was the first rivet we pulled. Again, myself and some high school help have been building the airplane. The airplane is being built with a special purpose in mind, and that's to teach people with physical disabilities how to fly. Ours aircraft specifically is going to teach people with limited to no use of their legs. So we have hand controls, and just like Justin Fall's airplane, and we're getting all that stuff installed right now. And the second feature is the unpanel. So I believe we're the first, so far anyway, to have a cruiser with an unpanel. That's been a lot of fun. And the coolest part about that is we have Garmin G3X integration into it. So how do you integrate the unpanel TV mount system into a Garmin? My high school kids have SolidWorks experience and certifications at 15 years old. And the students said, that's easy, Andy. We'll just whip something up. They've made the model for it to happen. We took the file over to Rick Garcia's folks at Gulf Coast Avionics, and we fabricated it all in-house here. So it's been quite a bit of fun with using the same technology you guys are using, and with the kids, getting them involved in special features of the aircraft.
Yeah, that's such an awesome project that you guys are working on, and really doing what appears to be really a good job on that. So congratulations for that. Great to see.
Yeah, thank you. With COVID, we were kind of hoping to have the airplane done a little sooner, but I was socially distanced in quarantine to this hangar, so I was working on it by myself for a little while, amongst other duties. But I was blessed to have a job, first of all, but then to be able to kind of, instead of sitting at home, to kind of put my mind to use on this was a lot of fun and really rewarding.
Right. Tell me a little bit more about that particular airplane. So what engine are you putting on it, and then again, tell me a little bit more about what you plan on doing with the airplane after it's done.
Yeah, so we'll talk about the airplane first. Really, 2 years ago, we were approached by the organization Able Flight, and they give scholarships to people with disabilities. We started talking and working through that process. And of course, I had worked with you guys at EAA in my previous life, and I recommended the cruiser platform for the best possible situation to get someone in a wheelchair in and out of an airplane. And it's just a solid airplane, to be honest. But so the idea was really sprung, and you and I had talked about it at several events throughout the country. And when the Able Flight opportunity really sprang up, we couldn't go with a different airframe, to be honest. So we went with an 0200D, so the newest Continental offering that came out with the Skycatcher program. And the reason for that was simply, I want to be able to teach anybody how to work on it. I've got high school kids. I've got a 9-year-old son. I mean, I can teach them all how to work on it. It's super simple. and it's just easy to do. And the concepts behind the engine are many decades old. So these kids across in the high school are 5 aviation career paths that they're learning in. So I've got a lot of kids that are learning A&P skills in our hangar after school, and it's really rewarding to be able to share that. The other nice part about it is we're using the vertical power setup. So not only a VPX for the digital circuit breaker technology, but also the PPS, so the solid state power relay boxes as well. So that talking with Chad Jensen over at Vertical Power, they really stepped up to the plate, and they've been awesome as far as support and making everything work. So I like to say we're a modern day Piper Cub, right? It's a very simple airplane, but we've crammed a lot of modern technology into it. So it's very simple to own and operate, maintain, and fly. And we're very well equipped.
Yeah, it certainly appears to be the case. And so once this airplane is done, and it looks like it's going to be pretty soon, what are the plans then at that point? What happens with the airplane?
Yeah, so with the Able Flight organization deal happening, they came and asked me, my boss came and said, you want to do this? And I said, I've got one caveat. It drives me nuts when there are groups and whatnot that help people. And when the second they're done, it's like, yeah, we got the marketing photos. We're good. We're on to the next person. So when this idea came up, I said, guys, let's put this thing into a flying club. And everybody agreed all the bosses and everything agreed that was the right approach and angle to take. So when you are a graduate of the Able Flight program, you'll be able to come back and use this aircraft whenever, you deem necessary or fit. So operating it in a flying club environment allows staff, volunteers, students to fly the airplane. And it's, if through the Able Flight side of the house, if you're disabled, oftentimes aircraft ownership is just not feasible for you. Oftentimes you may have lost your job if it was like an accident or incident, something like that later in life. So by having it in a flying club just gives that person an opportunity to not have to worry about the aircraft ownership side of the house and still being able to use that certificate once they've graduated.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Glad to see that. And of course, being based right at Sun and Fun and Lakeland Airport, that's pretty much accessible from most places around the country, isn't it? It's a relatively easy commercial flight into Orlando or Tampa and coming out to your place. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we're smack dab in the middle of Orlando and Tampa. So we get and we've got the facilities on site too, so they can the pilot candidate can stay with us for several weeks so they can get their training done.
All right, that's great. Now, if somebody wants to support what you guys are doing or learn more about what you guys are doing, how do they get in touch with you, Andy?
Yeah, so it's our website's flysnf.org, or we have a Facebook page for the aircraft, and it's the Spirit of Lakeland Zenith 750 Cruiser. So we're, as the airplane, we're ready to put the wings on it. Me being 6'2" is, I haven't put the wings back on it till we're done with all the cockpit details, but we're getting there soon, and we'll have a whole lot different and more stories to tell, in a short amount of time here. Right.
That's great. Now I'm looking forward to actually visiting you guys. When is that? Early next month. So tell us what's going on next month at Sun and Fun.
Yeah, so December 4th and 5th, Sun and Fun is going to have an in-house event called the Holiday Flying Festival and Car Show. Now it's the 4th and 5th, but in fact, Zenith is kicking off the weekend 3rd and 4th with a rudder workshop taking place in this building here, the Bueller Restoration and Skills Center. So we are extremely happy to have you guys part of it. It's going to be a pretty fun weekend. We just want to end the year on a positive note. We've had so much drama this year. 4th and 5th will just get us mentally set on the future, and really the event is to get us focused on what we do here with accelerating young people into their aviation careers. So it's going to be so going back to the 4th and 5th. It's going to be a Friday afternoon and a Saturday all-day event. The marquee part of the event is going to be a national STOL competition. Right now, we have, I believe, 125 competitors that they're lining up for that event. So it's so Friday as a whole, the gates open at 8 a.m. The festivities go from 4 to 9, but Friday morning starting at 8 is when they're going to start the qualification rounds. And then that'll go until 4 o'clock. 4:30, we're going to have a little evening air show. And this really wasn't on the schedule at first until the United States Air Force said, hey, we're in the area. We'd like to drop a couple assets in for you for the weekend. So they're bringing the F-35, the F-16, and they're bringing a P-51. So they're going to do a full two demo jet teams doing a demo. And then they're bringing the Heritage flight in, as well as the Black Daggers parachute team and the Paradigm. They're the guys that have the powered parachutes. So Paradigm's going to close out the night as far as the air show goes. And we're going to cap everything off at 5:30 with a balloon glow. And there is camping available for this weekend. So just like everything for Sun and Fun, we got camping, and it is selling out fast. At 7 o'clock in the campground, we're going to have a Christmas Vacation playing in the campground. So then Saturday is really kicking off at 7 a.m. with a 5K run. And then 8 a.m. is a balloon launch. Obviously weather dependent for that. And then 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. are the STOL competition finals. So we're looking forward to this thing. The positivity of people from outside the area. Hey, I want to, they're burned out with everything going on in the world. They want to come and do something aviation related. It's very, very positive, the response we've gotten. Of course, there's going to be car shows, cars, airplanes on display, and it's just going to be a really good time. One of the things a lot of people are looking forward to at 10 o'clock on Saturday is a general aviation town hall, and that's going to include Jack Pelton from EAA, Mark Baker from AOPA, and my boss, John Leanhouse, our CEO from Sun and Fun and Aerospace Center for Excellence. So an opportunity really to get your questions out there to those three, get your pulse on what's going on and the future of what we're doing. So I just found out this morning, myself and the kids were out, and we saw Santa Claus in a Stearman floating around the airport, and we just found out that at noon, Santa Claus will be on the field, and he is going to take letters back to the North Pole with him. So that's really exciting for the kids. Something that we just got announced today. And then again, 2:30 on Saturday to close it out. We're going to do that same air show that we did on Friday night. So pretty jam-packed weekend. The camping is the biggest thing that I'm surprised is just taken off. There's a lot of people going, yeah, we're gonna join you for the weekend. So we're looking forward to it. It's looking like it's going to be an awesome event, and it's awesome to see it. I can't say this enough. I've said this on Facebook. Kudos to Jan and Alyssa and everything they're doing. They're taking ideas and modifying them. Jan is he's trying to take it, man. And it's, I just love seeing that enthusiasm. That's what experimental aviation is all about. And I can't say enough how cool that is to see that passion and stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And you're absolutely right. Jan is taking it seriously. And then, of course, John Humbert, who's just building himself, is working on his STOL CH 750 Super Duty rudder. Of course, he'll be there with his 701, and he just got back from winning, his first place winning competition in a STOL drag competition. So I don't think we can discount John either with his Super 701 at that competition. So I think it'll be worth the trip just to see those two compete, won't it?
Right. Yes.
And then of course we want to thank you, Andy, for hosting us the Thursday and the Friday prior to that, to be able to hold a workshop right at the Bueller hangar there at on the grounds at Sun and Fun. So again, I want to invite anybody out there that's interested in going down there, or local builders, to come out. It'll be a pretty small group inside the Bueller restoration facility. So we'll be able to distance as needed in that facility, from my understanding. So it should be a good event, good opportunities to be able to do the Zenith workshop, and take the opportunity for the workshop experience right at Sun and Fun in Lakeland, Florida. I know we'll have a few local builders will be there with their airplanes. We should be able to do demo flights as well. I know Herman of Wheels and Wings will be there with his STOL CH 750, and really a good opportunity to learn more about building and flying your own airplane. And then, of course, with all the activities with the Flying Festival, the Winter Festival going on the following day and Saturday. So really looking forward to it. Hopefully we can end the year on a positive note. I know it's been a crazy year for many of us, and but definitely looking forward to ending that on a positive note in Lakeland, Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of how this whole idea started. You and I were talking at homecoming, and it's like, hey, we can social distance and get this thing done. There's been several last weekend. Sanford Air Show had a packed house all weekend, and events are happening. Florida has, besides what you hear on the news, they think we're all dying or something, but there have been multiple events happening and done safely. And hopefully by that time the world is opened up a little more. But I also want to say to thank John Humbird. He put that YouTube video out with his daughter flying around, and my son's been bugging me ever since I got back from homecoming. Hey, Dad, I want to build an airplane, and he really wants to build a seaplane. So put us down for a rudder kit. We are going to build a Super Duty, and put me on that list for a rudder kit, and we're gonna do this thing. As soon as I get this one done, that's going to be our next build. So awesome. Thanks, John. You guys rock, and thank you for including your family in it. That's awesome.
Thank you. I hope y'all enjoy it. I know we enjoyed the 701 and going to enjoy it. Making a family advocate for general aviation. It's very cool.
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
One of the things I like and appreciate about both you, Andy, and John Humbird, is you guys are a little bit younger than the typical home builder, because a lot of us, we end up being close to retirement age, rusty pilots. And both John, relatively new pilot, and Andy, you've been involved in aviation quite a bit. And it's nice to see younger people being enthusiastic, and then, of course, sharing it with your kids and getting the younger generation involved in aviation. Because we know, of course, that is the future for aviation, are the young folks to be involved. So it's great to see you guys doing it, and for us, it's always a privilege to be able to share our love of aviation, whether it's through workshops, demo flights, and so forth with the next generation and fellow flyers. So thank you, both of you, for that. We really appreciate that.
Well, thanks for being a part of my life as well. I was blessed with the opportunity to be one of the test pilots on the 1 Week Wonder. My son was 2 years old pulling rivets on that airplane, and now this airplane behind me is his fourth Zenith that he's helped build, and now with the Super Duty will be a cool family project as well. But he's hook, line, and sinker into it. But we had a discussion with my wife, and I had a discussion the other day, and it's probably not the most recommended thing to do, but we lost a couple friends recently that are our age, and I said to my wife, I said, am I going to wait till I'm 70 to start enjoying this stuff, or do I do it now and share it with my kid? He's got 9 years left in my house, You just don't know anymore what's going on in the world. And we decided as a family, we're going to enjoy life together now. We're not going to wait.
Yeah, well, yeah, good for you to do that. And again, I think sometimes it's when we're faced with adversity and problems like that it makes us reprioritize our lives, and it's good to see that happening. And again, we're seeing that more and more right now. We've got a lot of people are just being able to be active building and flying their airplanes. And again, it's for us at Zenith, it's a privilege to be able to support all of you folks that are doing that. And so we definitely plan on continuing to do that. So I think thank you again, Andy, and thanks for sharing what you're doing at Sun and Fun. We'll definitely look forward to seeing you there early part of December. And otherwise, I think we're about ready to wrap up our workshop experience. The projects that are still being built, they're definitely going on nicely, but basically at a completion stage. There, we're looking at a completed rudder from Ben, and Ben pretty much completed assembly. Good job. Looks like you want to hold that up for us, Ben, if you can, and make sure there's not a big twist in it or anything like that, right? Yeah, that looks really good. Congratulations, Ben. Nice job. Nice job. That's a nice rudder, nice assembly. And Calvin, if you can go through the rest of the group in here, see a couple more rudders. So you guys are pretty much done as well. I see, Jesse, your rudder is pretty much complete, isn't it? And if not, yeah, that's pretty much. And John, you completed your rudder, and again, I'm impressed that you're using the hand riveter doing that because I see Jesse's shaking his head. He's but I'm impressed, guys. You guys did a really good job. It was nice to see that two of you working together, sharing a workbench. I didn't see too many parts being thrown back and forth, so I'm glad to see you're able to work together well there. And it'll be nice to see you guys continue on with the project that way. And of course, John, I know you're planning on documenting your build pretty much as well. Like you've done a lot of great videos. So we definitely look forward to seeing that continue on. And let's have a look at Chris's project here. See where we stand on that now. Pretty much, yeah, good progress on that. I see you're able to open your garage door, which is kind of nice for Michigan, isn't it, this time of the year?
Yeah, it was getting very warm in here, so I had to open it up.
That's awesome. We picked a good day, I guess, because this is kind of uncharacteristically warm weather for this time of the year, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's very nice. It's supposed to last throughout the weekend, which is going to be really nice.
Great. Yeah, and you see you got nice fall colors out there. Nice to see.
I'm about ready to start riveting the rest of it. I'm going to leave the the rudder horn off until I get some black Clecos.
Okay.
That's
right.
pretty much it.
Yeah, nice job.
Thank you.
And otherwise, folks, again, it's been our privilege to be able to host this workshop with Roger and Steve. Thanks for guiding builders along and being able to show the construction. And again, I think we're ready to sign off and wish all of you guys continued success with the project. And those of you that have been watching in, whether it's through the live stream or the recorded version, feel free to give us a call anytime. Come out to the factory for an in-person demo flight, future rudder workshops. Come down to Florida to the Sun and Fun event. And whether it's to build the rudder there prior to it or just take part in the event, we certainly look forward to meeting all of you. All right. Thank you, folks. And we'll see y'all later.